Um, like
Or like,
tactics.
what do you agree with him? Yeah, like what tactics do you agree with him on?
I mean, getting rid of the CBP One app or changing it, whatever he did with that was beneficial because the way that people could, at the tap of a button, sort of expedite their asylum process, I don't think that's fair at all to people who put in hard work over the years to come here in a
The
legal
CBP
way that
One
I
app
do believe.
was made
Okay.
under Trump originally, right? It was expanded
Yeah, but
under
it was
Biden.
changed. Yes, exactly. That's my point exactly. I like that he reverted the change that Biden made to it because of
Why?
what I just laid out.
Doesn't it just reduce
Because of,
people's access to legal immigration?
yes, and it does it because yes, and I want to tell you why. Yes, Parker, the answer is yes. And because the
That's not a
way
good
that they
thing.
were granted that legal status, yes, it is because they were expedited in an unfair way.
That is totally fair. I'm
It's
confused.
at
What's
the
unfair
click of
about
a
that?
button. No, no, it's not. Yeah, that's subjective as well, and I guess I could use better language,
Do
but
you want to increase
it's
access to
not
legal immigration?
historically. No,
No, you don't.
I like specifically what he did around this app
So
because what
you like it
Biden
taking a
changed
long
with it.
time to get into our country. You
Are you
like
trying
it.
to steamroll me?
No, I'm just trying to clarify your position, man.
Yeah. So I tried to say it like three times. So the way that you could, at the click of a button, apply for asylum and then come in here and have a court date for the future, you would be considered legal, even though there wasn't as much of a vetting process. Because if you're
Wait,
seeking
what's different about
asylum,
the
it's
vetting
of
process?
urgent circumstances, right?
Wait,
There
what's
isn't
different about the
any.
vetting process?
There isn't any,
Okay, if
and
there's
at the
no
same
difference in the vetting
capacity.
process, then why were you arguing that there's less vetting under this process, or it's unfair because of that?
No, 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 no. I'm saying that they are not getting the same level of what's it called? Um, like they're expediting that process, right? So people could just come here based off of a claim that hasn't been investigated, and then their court date is for the future. So it's not necessarily about why, like if it's valid or not. It's that we haven't even checked if their claim is valid, and they get to come here, and now they have legal status, even though it hasn't
This is
truly
true
been deemed
regardless
so.
of whether or not the app is in place. Okay, so what you like is the
Yeah, yeah,
remain
I'm
in
saying it
Mexico
made
border
it
policy.
the
What
easiest way possible to get a false legal status.
No, because it is the case that if we're talking about asylum, right? Many people who are going through the legal process go under that process. You can talk about like what are ways we could disincentivize people to come through the process if they don't actually legitimately have a valid asylum claim. Well, the way we could do that is by making the legal process go significantly quicker for asylum.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, it's not by doing the remain in Mexico policy because that will make sure that will make create circumstances where people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, right, specifically would have to stay in the country they're seeking asylum from, right, in order to be able to seek asylum, which defeats the entire process of the asylum process.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but here's why I think it would be beneficial to do that policy because of the abuse. We don't need any more flooding of people. There's a lot of problems that he is trying to fix, right?
What do
So
you
if
mean
you want to
flooding of
reverse
people?
that, the estimated 20 million people that came in off of Biden's
It
policies,
wasn't 20 million. There's no estimate
I
for that
said it
you
was
could cite
estimated.
to me.
Yes, it was.
Who made that estimation?
Oh man, do I have to go look for a source, bro? Because it's
No,
at
I just
minimum
genuinely like
12 million.
no,
Yes,
no.
I
It
know. I
was even
said,
lower than that. I think it
but
was around
n-
8 million.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, it's estimated, and there's tons of gotaways
Yeah.
that they've admitted to, and you can't count those. So if you want to go with the lowest
I don't even
number
think you know what that means.
that is projected,
Now we can
I
talk
don't know
about
what
specifically the
gotaways
numbers.
are. Okay, whatever.
The immigration specifically spike that happened under the Biden Harris administration was actually good. It's going to lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP size by 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is incredibly important for us to respond to our lack of ability to pay for Social Security and Medicare because we'll have increasing tax revenues because our population is getting older because a greater portion of our population is on Social Security and Medicare, and because we have a lower fertility rate for the past like 50 years or so. Therefore, meaning that we have significantly less younger people to pay for the older people that are on these systems, right? Reducing our ability to keep the same benefits, especially given the fact that people are staying on these systems for longer with increasing life expectancy, which is all a good thing. But we want to be able
We
to
should
fund these
immigrant
programs.
we should we should immigrant. We should allow more immigrants in the country because of our fertility rate. Like, we don't have kids, right? So we just need to we need more people. So that's why we need
Yeah,
migrants.
we do actually. Los V, thank you for the glowing jellyfish and the fireworks. Why are you laughing at that? We actually do. I just gave you an argument for that. Would you like to respond to the argument?
No, I knew. Okay, that's funny. I was being sarcastic. I know that's the point you were making. That's why I was saying it back to you sarcastically, because I
Yeah, but
think
like
that's
that's not an
ridiculous.
argument against
I
it. So
think that's not
provide
a
an
good
argument.
solution. I would love
Then
to. I was
why?
just making fun of you for a second. But I think that we should incentivize people having families instead of trying to import people who do not want to assimilate in American culture. And I know that a lot of people want to paint that as a they want to paint that as a white supremacist talking point, saying it's the great replacement theory and like, oh, white people are being replaced. But
Assimilate to
like
what?
Tucker Carlson said it best, American values.
Wait.
It's
Do you
about
believe it? Do you believe
replacing
in the Great Replacement theory?
Americans. No, I think it's a
Okay.
great point that Americans are being replaced though
What do you
by
mean a great
importing like
point?
as sorry, what are you referring to?
Did you just say it was a great point?
I said Tucker
What was the
made
great
a
point?
great point. He said that American culture is being replaced by immigrants who do not want to assimilate into American culture.
This is
And
insane
I think that's very true.
because immigration is a fundamental aspect of American culture. Okay, American
That's an
culture
interesting
is
point, but
constantly
hold on.
changing. This idea that
Hold on.
American culture must be unchanging is
No, it's about our
antithetical to
values.
American
No,
culture. It is.
Please, this is being disingenuous because you're
The
assuming
American dream
why
means
I'm
constantly
saying that.
changing.
No, that's not. I'm not
It does.
disagreeing with that. You're assuming. This is what I mean. This is the problem here. You're assuming why I'm saying that, and I'm not saying that because I oppose what you just said. What you just said is true. Okay, but when people come here and they do not support our Constitution, if they want Sharia law, or that's just one, harsh example that's very prominent, and is definitely like I would say could seriously be a threat because a lot of those people who make asylum claims, I've seen them like they go like they some of these people have done interviews and they describe how they lie on their visa applications to be more palatable for the West. And like he literally says, bold face, this guy, it's just a video, it's anecdotal, obviously, but I could never imagine someone saying this. Anyway, he says that they asked him some sort of question about like, denouncing some sort of hate group or something in his application, and he just didn't give him an answer. And they let him, still get his claim through anyway. And I just, it's obviously anecdotal, but like that's what this sort of thing breeds when people don't want to assimilate into American culture. And we don't got to talk about jihad or anything, but there's a lot of people who, that's a like reasonable
Can I respond to this?
response. Yes.
Yeah, so the main issue in America is not people coming who believe in Islam, right? It's not.
I didn't
It's not
say
Muslims, right? It's not people specifically
Don't do that.
who are coming from
I didn't say
areas
it's a
around the
main
entire world.
issue,
Oftentimes fleeing.
buddy.
Can I please finish? Oftentimes fleeing Sharia law. That's the reason why oftentimes people are coming here who are Muslim is they're fleeing Sharia law. Now, secondly, you
We're
say
talking about
Can I
the
please
great
finish without you cutting me
replacement.
off? Can I please finish without you cutting me off? Is that possible? Are you able to be an adult?
You're
and to
just
not,
going somewhere else. Yeah.
I'm addressing everything you said. Let me do it, please.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Can you act like an adult?
Yes.
Thank
of
you very
course, man.
much. Thank you very much. So you specifically said like the issue was them pushing their religion on us and not supporting our Constitution. Huh, that sounds exactly what MAGA is doing. They're pushing Christianity on us, Christian nationalism, and then literally not supporting our Constitution. Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Literally has violated our First Amendment rights, our Second Amendment rights, our Fourth Amendment rights, our Fifth Amendment rights, and our 14th Amendment rights in our country. And it is the case that he called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, which is actually a violation of the First Amendment. Right? So we can literally point to exactly how Donald Trump doesn't support our Constitution and is enforcing his religious views onto us in broader society. And I think that's actually the main issue that our culture has, not specifically people who are coming, oftentimes fleeing Sharia law.
Okay. So you said some things that were just inaccurate. You said he did a Muslim ban. That's inaccurate. That's misinformation. He banned
No,
certain
I said he
countries
called
that are
for it.
majority Muslims.
He called for it. Do you want
Yes,
me to play
exactly.
the video?
Okay. Sure. He called for it, but
So
he didn't
wanted to do it, but he
And
couldn't
he
do it
wasn't-
constitutionally.
No, him saying
Yes.
something doesn't mean that he had the intent to actually go through.
It does. What are you talking about, bro? You are actually just denying reality. What are you talking about?
So did he do it? Did he try to do it?
Yes, he did.
Okay, sure. I'll
Yeah,
concede just so we can move on because I know you
he
want to
literally
stick
said it
on to this
himself.
point
He
that
called
means
it the
that.
Muslim ban.
Okay, yes,
That's what he
sure. I'll
said.
concede. Let's go to something that matters.
No,
I'll
no, no,
concede.
no,
Sure,
no,
he
no.
said that.
I want you to hear this real
I know
quick,
you want
please.
to waste time. Come
No, I
on.
want you to listen.
Okay, I get it. He
Donald
said it.
J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Why is he referring to himself in third person? Why'd that sound so
Dude,
weird?
ask him that.
Like,
Don't
what
ask
is his
me.
problem? That's
Yeah,
weird. I don't know. I
that's the
never
guy you
heard that.
support.
Anyways, yeah, okay, that's fair. He's not perfect. He doesn't speak very well. Like I don't love him. I'm not in a cult. I'm not even religious. Okay, but here's the thing: you lied a lot. You said a lot of things that weren't true, and I forgot because you made me listen to some dumb clip of him speaking. Which sure, it's like yeah, that reinforces your point, but
What did I lie
I
about?
totally forgot. There's some dude. You speak so fast, and then you wanted to like pound on this one point, so I forgot. So maybe just reiterate, so I can try to rebut.
Well, I don't know what point you think I was lying about. You said I lied on multiple
Exactly.
occasions, but could
Exactly.
bring
And
up
then
anything
you
I
speak
lied
so
about.
fast, right? It's
Well, then you could just
impossible.
tell me to restate what
No,
I said
but
when I did it.
I did. I just asked you if you could repeat yourself.
You just asked now after you claimed that I did multiple
I
lies.
said, can you please? Yes. Rebut.
Yes. So
Can you
Donald Trump
repeat
is the
what
one
you
that has
said?
undermined our Constitution. He's undermined our First Amendment.
Yes. Can we
rights, our
pause
Second
there?
Amendment.
Let's pause there. Let's pause there. Where has it been proved that he's done that?
Yeah, he passed an executive order saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He specifically, a court determined that he was violating people's due process rights, specifically on their First Amendment rights relating to the context of certain people saying free Palestine. Right. For example, Mahmoud Khalil said free Palestine and was detained for over 100 days without due process. Right. That's a violation of his First Amendment rights. He was legally in the country. Right.
Wait,
That's
so you're saying
ridiculous.
the only reason was because of his speech? That's what's
Yes.
documented because of his speech?
Yes. Yes.
I haven't seen that.
Well, go
Okay.
ahead. You should look that up. Now I can keep
Okay,
moving
that
on.
doesn't sound great. That doesn't sound great. Yes, it's
Yeah,
okay.
he's
Sure.
advocated against
But-
trans people having the right to specifically own firearms. He's called for people to have their guns taken away first and then due process second. Those are examples of him violating the Second Amendment. And then the Fifth Amendment, or Fourth Amendment specifically, they have, through the context of ICE, violating people's rights in the context of not providing search warrants, masking themselves, not providing identification, and stripping people out of communities, right, without due process, right, who are innocently there, and oftentimes even literally detaining people who are U.S. citizens. So I can point to plenty of
Okay.
circumstances
That
such as
last
that are
part.
violations of the Fourth Amendment.
Hold on. Detaining people is not a violation of the Constitution. Okay, if you detain someone
Detaining
on
people
reasonable
without due
suspicion,
process. I
dude,
was
stop.
giving giving
Stop.
examples of the conditions
Okay, let's
specifically.
stop right here on this example because this is crazy. You're saying that if a cop detains you on reasonable suspicion,
Wait, what reasonable
that you're
suspicion?
hold on,
Racial
reasonable
profiling?
suspicion. No.
So what was the
It
reasonable
depends
suspicion?
on. Hold on, I'm trying to tell you, buddy. It's usually based off of location and other factors of like the workplace. Like you're not going out, skin color, buddy, and you know that.
They actually
And I don't know
are.
why
They,
you
they,
would assume.
they actually have specifically said that racial profiling can be used as one of the specific justifications for detaining people.
Okay.
I'm
but
being totally serious. That's literally what the Trump
Okay.
administration said.
I haven't heard that, but okay. Even
Okay,
if they did say that, that's not
Well,
great.
even if they did say it, you'll support
But
it.
here,
right?
hold
That's-
on. This is what I'm saying, bro. You're just trying to steamroll me because this is you're just trying to get away from the fact that you're wrong. It's not violating someone's due process by trying to figure out if they are documented. Or if you can point to like a citizen that's being deported, that's like not overstaying their visa, or like someone who isn't a human smuggler.
I gave you an example of someone who's detained for over 104 days without due process, who was in the country legally, Mahmoud Khalil, for free speech.
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay, now the
if
conditions I was
you're
talking
saying
about
it's all
were
his
just the
speech, shouldn't
conditions
he-
in which they were deporting people, right? Specifically, I'm talking about the conditions. Now, I was telling you how they were violating, specifically the search and seizure laws, right? The privacy laws, not providing identification, covering themselves with masks, right? Like, that all is a violation of people's Fourth Amendment rights. Now, I can keep going. Let me keep describing, because all of these are violations of the Constitution.
Okay.
If your issue is specifically not supporting the Constitution, then why do you support such a candidate that's violated the Constitution in multiple ways? Not only just this, I can keep going. The 9/0 Supreme Court order they violated specifically, right, in terms of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they literally had to apologize because they violated the order.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, but you're saying, like, okay, you can pull up a few cases, right, where it's questioned, and that stuff like that happens. But the way you're insinuating it is that he is acting as a fascist, right? And he's doing this on a grand scale, and that's fear-mongering.
He is a fascist. That's just by definition, he's a fascist.
That's an incorrect opinion, and he's objectively not a fascist.
Can you define fascism?
Let me think for a second.
Go ahead.
It's someone who wants to silence their political opponents.
Trump.
Someone who wants to have nationalistic values, right?
Okay.
I'm giving, like, I don't think this is a definition. I don't have the exact definition, but I kind of understand what it.
Those two that you just said are both applicable to Trump, so try to provide other ones if you can.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I mean, you could be some of these and not be a fascist. Though,
yeah,
right?
yeah, go ahead. Just name some of them that aren't applicable to Trump. How about that?
Is there like 7 qualifiers? I forgot all.
14 characteristics of fascism.
Damn. Oh yeah. But that's someone's, like, opinion, though. That's not necessarily.
Every single word is defined based upon the way that we have used the terms.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, that's kind of like a biased, like, description, I would say.
Oh, how?
Like, I remember reading into that, and it didn't seem.
And then you give me a better
like, you could categorize almost anybody as it, depending on your own subjective, like, views.
No, you can't. Then you try to do it to me. Try to define me as a fascist using the 14 characteristics of fascism.
No, I don't have them pulled up. I don't have them pulled up in front of me. You gotta help me out. You do. I'm sure you have multiple monitors.
Well, I don't
want to do this. I hate this game. My brain doesn't work like that. I don't have that style of brain.
That's fine.
So it's not going to be very entertaining.
Dude, that's fine. I'm just asking you, off the top of your head, what are characteristics of fascism you could say?
I gave you a couple that I think of. Like, maybe, I don't know, like, something to do with, like, religion, maybe, like, some sort of, like, government control of, I don't know, business, something like that. I don't know. What else is there? Can you help me out?
Okay. Yes, I will help you out. So one is powerful and continuing nationalism. Okay. This is definitely applicable to Donald Trump. Do you agree with me?
That's subjective. I don't. Not at all.
Really? So he doesn't make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia? Flags are seen everywhere, as are flag symbols on clothing and public displays. He doesn't do that at all?
What? I mean, wait, isn't that
now
that's
he's
so
gonna say,
confusing?
Isn't this,
wait,
like,
that's confusing.
Isn't this applicable
yes,
to
isn't
most
it?
people? Yes, it is
no,
applicable to most people.
All of
but just because one of the conditions
though,
is applicable to you does not mean it's applicable
is?
to everyone. Oh my God, Jesus Christ, dude.
No, that doesn't make sense. If you're no, hold on. I'm very confused here. So how could you not have a slogan as a politician? How could you not have any, like, I don't get it. Like, what is make change or build back better? Like, dude, are they fascists because they have slogans or catchphrases? Like, come on. That's so disingenuous. This is what I meant. Like, that's so subjective. When it's very, like, that's very nuanced. Yes, you can have those things, but it has to lead to something, like, more. I mean, Trump is not that objective. He's not ultra nationalistic.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you this, and I thought you already said this yourself, but apparently you forgot it, right? Just because you meet one of these characteristics does not mean you are a fascist. But meeting most of these characteristics does mean you are a fascist.
Okay, so he's not that one, so let's move on.
Listen. What do you mean, let's move on? I didn't even get through the first one yet.
Go to the other. Okay, so you didn't finish. I thought you finished. That's a long
No, that was just the first one.
I'm sorry.
There's 13 others.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go to the next one.
So then shut the fuck up.
Okay, buddy, calm down. Damn. We're here. I'm here for it.
Thank you.
It's the next one.
Thank you. Number 2, be quiet, please. How about you just mute yourself because you can't do it yourself. Disdain for the recognition of human rights. So the violation of multiple of our constitutional rights would definitely meet that criteria. He's also called for the execution, right, specifically of people who are drug dealers. He's literally drone striked a boat of people, specifically where there was no evidence that they specifically were a drug, no evidence that there was a drug boat, no evidence that they had drugs, and it was in international waters where we do not have any type of jurisdiction over. He identifies enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause: undocumented immigrants, specifically liberals, communists, socialists, quote unquote terrorists, Antifa. He designated Antifa as a terrorist organization when, one, it's not an organization, and two, it just means anti-fascist. 4, supremacy of the military. This one is very true. Almost everyone upholds this one, specifically having the highest level of military funding comparative to any other country in the world. That's something that's upheld across the board. Number 5 is rampant sexism. This is clearly applicable to Donald Trump. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Donald Trump said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. Said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, and said that she's always been quote unquote voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He's also advocated for controlled mass media, specifically by saying that media organizations are illegal. Advocated that he specifically, if he could, would make TikTok 100% MAGA controlled. Right, and we can give plenty of other circumstances specifically where he's outright advocated for censorship of his political dissidents. We can point to his obsession with national security, specifically by saying that there's an obsession with national security in relation to his original identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause through the context of undocumented immigrants, right? Specifically stigmatizing Muslims and trans people as well, right? I can give many examples specifically where Donald Trump has done so in terms of the obsession with national security to try and use fear as a motivational tool through the context of the government to control the masses. Yeah. We can talk about how he specifically utilizes, this is number 8, religion and government specifically intertwined. And it's not necessarily saying that in every single circumstance that it's using the context of the government, but that it used specifically religion, common religion that's held to manipulate public opinion, which is exactly what Donald Trump does. He couldn't name a single Bible verse, right, that he specifically liked. And then when asked way later on, well, specifically people told him to change his answer, he said 2 Corinthians, which doesn't make any sense. It's 2 Corinthians, right? So that's obviously absurd. He also said that the Old Testament and the New Testament are equal. As a Christian, that's obviously absurd to say. If you want to talk about specifically that obviously indicates that he doesn't actually hold to the particular position, alongside the fact that he said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. Number 9 is corporate power is protected. Yeah. So he specifically all the time advocates for his corporate buddies to be protected, whether that be through the context of tariffs, specifically benefiting his allies, regulations that specifically are going to negatively impact other people outside of his context, right? That are in his group.
Everyone does that.
Right. Well, okay, you could say everyone does this. This is not true for everyone. We advocate for that as progressives, but that has been upheld by plenty of people on the Republican side, sure. Number 10 is disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. He's actively defunded the CDC, the World Health Organization. He specifically defunded cancer research. He's literally cut people out of the VA, specifically who are employees that work there. You think it's all good. This is against and a disdain for the intellectuals.
No, I think government... Do you want to talk about it? I understand. You listed a lot of things, and I agree with some of what you said. I know you want to keep going. Damn. Okay, fine.
I can meet every single one. Obsession with crime and punishment. He specifically consistently advocated for law and order over and over and over again, while specifically simultaneously or trying to literally invade aspects of the United States, declaring war on the quote-unquote enemy within by trying to send the National Guard to different places around the United States. That's obviously him having an obsession with national... War. Yes, that's literally what he said himself.
Oh, dude, you're so
the Department
funny.
of War as well. All right, this is obviously an obsession with crime and punishment. Obviously, this is very, very clear. We can obviously see the rampant cronyism and corruption. He dropped a meme coin specifically that foreign governments could buy,
that's
specifically
crazy.
increase the valuation of, where you specifically can't know who bought it, which is obviously a method of cronyism and corruption. He got a $400 million jet from Qatar. Obviously shown as bribery. And then number 14, the very last one, is fraudulent elections. He claimed the 2020 election was rigged with absolutely no evidence when there were 60 plus votes that indicated no sufficient evidence overturning the election. Now go ahead.
Okay, so
try and
we're
give me a single response, buddy.
We're like 50-50. No. Why are you so confident and smug? This is crazy. You said so many lies. You said he's literally declaring war on Chicago. Buddy, you're absolutely
He said that himself.
insane.
He said that himself, dude. He said he's declaring war on the enemy within.
Duh. It's a figure of speech. Like I said, he's not the greatest speaker. Okay? He's an old head. And he's a billionaire. He doesn't know how to relate to regular people. And he's obviously just rage baiting. People like you that think there's a war going on because
I'm
there's
sorry,
law and
the
order
president
now in
is
Chicago.
not supposed to rage bait. The president is not supposed to rage bait. I'm sorry.
Yes,
You are supposed to be professional.
Yes, you're
That's
right.
not
You're
it's
right.
totally unprofessional.
This
to
is
be,
the climate
quote,
that we
rage
live in.
baiting. That's because of Donald Trump.
Yes, this geriatric is rage baiting you, bro. Like, it's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Like,
Dude,
you shouldn't fall
his
for
response to the obvious
It's
and
law
absurd,
and order. He's
absurd
literally
actions.
so-
Your response to the obvious authoritarian actions is, oh, dude, he's rage baiting and
it.
trolling.
It's not. It's
Are you
not. It
serious?
objectively isn't like authoritarian. Like, sure, he could. It's definitely. I don't agree with everything he's doing. I mean, yeah, it's like he has some bad qualities that you can definitely say are leaning that way. Like it's like a fired up political environment, and I mean, but he's definitely not how you're describing, because he's not malicious. Like, y'all just like want to put labels on him, and he's reactive. Yeah, he has a crazy ego. Like, he's just a business guy. Like, he should not have to be the president. This is like the state of the world, bro. Like, these are people that get funding. It shouldn't be like that. I don't agree with them on everything, but it's more common sense than what Kamala was advocating for.
Was that
Why
your
are people
response?
saying I'm malicious?
Was that your response? I'm sorry. No, they're saying Donald Trump was malicious. Okay, so clearly Donald Trump is malicious, right? You also said that he has a crazy ego. So I mean, we can point to how that could be specifically bad intentions as well in that context. But the point that you responded with was that this is just all you responded to with was me describing the 14 points of fascism. Was you just saying this is quote unquote the state of the world, and that it's more common sense than what Kamala
No,
had to
I
offer.
definitely said that he has some of those traits, but the way that you're describing it, it's inflammatory, and it's not very.
Which one? Which one
it's
was
not
wrong?
nuanced at
Which
all.
one did I incorrectly describe?
No, I'm saying the context you're putting it in, because he's not ultra nationalistic. Like,
He is.
He has not suppressed all of his
MAGA?
political opponents or locked them up.
He's actively advocating for different political dissidents to be locked up and investigated. He literally is.
Yeah, okay, whatever. They tried to lock him up. He could do that. He could do that. What you're describing,
it wasn't Democrats. These are claims
Like, he
things that
sued
specifically
people.
did that he was held accountable for.
His ego is suing, not locking people up. He's not malicious in that way. But if you want to try to defame him, like, sure, it might be a bullcrap
You
lawsuit.
understand
but
that he is.
You
locking
hurt his
people
ego.
up, right? He is locking people up, right? You understand?
He's locking up criminals. If you're a criminal, you get locked up. That's what law and order.
Then he'd be locking himself up.
Okay, let's talk about those 34
Why are you
felonies.
laughing at that? No, describe it.
Because it's
Is a criminal
absolutely
himself?
insane.
You said he's locking up criminals, then he's
Because it's
fucking
absolutely
putting
insane.
himself behind bars.
Yeah, because it's bullshit, and that is completely unprecedented.
bullshit.
What happened to him?
Lock
It is.
him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. That's what we're gonna fucking scream now. Fucking lock this motherfucker. I'm
That's
serious.
funny.
I'm not
That's
joking.
so
I'm actually not fucking joking. I'm not joking.
I know
at all.
you're not.
What
That's
he's
why
done
it's
to this
funny,
country
Parker.
is fucking disgusting.
Oh man,
He's actively undermined our constitutionally protected
your
rights.
acting is not
He's
good.
actively.
Your acting
I'm
is
not
not
acting.
Good. You should be
think I'm
trembling.
acting right now?
You should be trembling.
You think I'm acting right now?
You're trying to. Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You think I'm trying?
You don't
to
seem
act?
genuine at all.
How am I not genuine?
The finger pointing, staring at the chat, like, you don't seem emotional at all. Or sorry, not emotional. Like, convicted.
Do I not sound like I have passion?
You seem
Or
very
you
shallow.
It sounds like you're rage baiting. That's what it sounds like. It's obvious
No,
that
I
I
was
sound
just
like I
being
have
honest.
passion.
No, okay, whatever. That's fine. You can say. I mean, that's just the vibe I was getting, but you don't have to.
So, are you trying to call me a grifter?
No.
You just said that I'm dishonest.
Now that you mention it, maybe a little bit. I'm not saying you're completely disingenuous.
So by the way, no response to anything I'm saying. He just says, "Oh, I don't actually think you believe that." That's his cope.
No,
That's
okay,
his cope.
I've had
You know,
responses.
actually, I don't think that you believe that.
Is that a cope? I'm trying to think, because now you got me.
Yes, that
I
is
don't
a
know.
cope.
I don't know. I think I was just kind of noticing your behavior.
Mm-hmm. No, that I was beating you in the debate, and you're trying to rage bait right now because you can't actually
I
respond
was
to
just
anything I've
talking.
said.
I think I was correct, and that's why you're
On
saying
what point? On what point?
that you were not really that convicted. You're just kind of playing it up. You're acting. See,
You-
you're not
you just-
invested
you
at
just-
all. Like
all you're
reading
doing
chat.
is repeating the claim that I am specifically acting without providing me an actual legitimate response. You can either provide me an actual legitimate response, or I'm
No,
going to go
I
on to
think
the
you should
next
move
person.
on. I think you
Why?
should.
Oh, because you're scared.
Yeah.
You're going to run
No,
away.
No, I'm not going to run away.
You couldn't respond to any of the. I literally described to you in every single
No,
way how
okay, I
Donald
will,
Trump
I
is a
will.
fascist, and he doesn't
I will.
respond to any of the 14 points of fascism that I described. He simply just says,
No,
"Oh,
I
this is the
tried
state of the
to.
world. It's more common sense," and he's specifically "quote unquote" not malicious.
No,
which is
I
obviously
rambled
a ridiculous
for a second.
standpoint.
I did ramble for a second, but okay. So the nationalistic thing, I don't agree with. I think what he does is pretty normal. Like I think he's relatively moderate in a lot of his positions, and I don't think he's like you keep saying he's objectively fascist. Like no, he isn't.
I didn't even say. I said he's a fascist under this definition.
I don't agree with that definition.
Okay,
It's
then
too
what
broad.
definition do you provide?
I'd have to go look at it. But that's someone's opinion on tenets of fascism, not necessarily what fascism encapsulates. Those are just kind of like examples or ways that you could interpret it as, fascistic. So, like I said, what you're doing is mostly opinionated.
Obviously, the way that we define terms is opinionated. Did you know that Donald Trump has called Kamala Harris a fascist? That's actually wrong. There is no definition you could provide of fascism that would be applicable to Kamala Harris, but there is a definition of a fascism that
Maybe
we can
he's
apply
wrong. Yes.
specifically is applicable to Donald Trump. And this is one that's existed for a while. This is from 2003. So if you think it's something that's like a hit piece against Trump, that's ridiculous. This is from 2003,
No.
and it's specifically a political scientist, Lawrence Britt, who wrote an article about Fascism Anyone, which is specifically studying the fascist regimes of Hitler in Germany, Mussolini in Italy, Franco in Spain, right, and plenty others, right, and said that they had 14 points in common. So it's actually specifically, right, something that's existed for almost 20 years now, right, which has nothing to do with Donald Trump. And if it was specifically just related to Donald Trump, well, then it would have came out later on.
No, I didn't say that. Yeah, I know. I still don't. It doesn't apply to him. Like what you're saying, like he's not locking people up as political opponents. He's not shutting down all of the news media. Yeah, he sued them when they lie about him because they do that a lot.
No, it's the position
and he
that
has real critiques, and he's making.
You're not understanding. It's the position that he has. The position that he has, that he thinks media organizations are illegal. He thinks that he should lose their licensing. And that he thinks that TikTok should be 100% MAGA. If he could. That's what he said. So
Yeah, I mean, that's
clearly having that position.
No, it's not. Because that's not how he's acted. He's talking about his feelings. He's not talking about how he would treat. Because he's operating based off of, some of his like talking points, right? But he knows what the people want, and he listens, and that's why people like him mostly. And it's not like he's perfect and he has his own incentives, but like he's not trying to jail people. No.
No, you're not Antifa. So are you like neutral in fascism, or are you pro-fascism?
No, I'm not in an organization.
No, there is no organization of Antifa. Antifa just means
they were
anti-fascist.
classified as a domestic terrorist organization.
Yeah, which is crazy. There is no Antifa organization.
Yeah, there's multiple. You're right. There isn't just one.
Which
they're funded,
organizations?
too.
No, it's an ideology. Antifa is an ideology.
they're
just being anti-fascist.
They're national organizations.
The United States was Antifa during World War II. Did you know that?
No, they held like anti-fascist ideas, but they weren't the group.
No, our actions in World War II in fighting against the Nazis was anti-fascist.
Yeah.
Yes. So, like, do you agree with being anti-fascist in Antifa in that context?
I agree with being anti-fascist. I don't agree with being a part of the movement that Antifa is today.
Okay, do you think
because it's been co-opted?
I have a
by
question
communists.
here. How about this? Do you think that people, right, veterans that fought in World War II, right, do you think that the ones that fought against the Nazis, do you think that they, right, should be considered domestic terrorists in the United States?
No, of course not.
Well, they
Because
are
it's
under
changed.
this. They are Antifa.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They actively are. They actively
they're
are
not.
Antifa. Yes, they are.
No, so here's how that works. So if you're going committing acts of terrorism and you also happen to be a part of a small group that calls themselves Antifa, that's how that works. So It's basically just labeling the ideology that has taken over anti-fascism as what it is. It's been funded groups of people that commit acts of terrorism that call themselves Antifa.
Which funded groups of people?
So how exactly?
Give me the explicit groups.
What do you mean, which groups?
Which groups? Who
They're
are they funded
Antifa aligned groups. They're funded by
Antifa
a bunch
aligned.
of people,
So everyone that is against
a bunch
fascism?
of private citizens.
Wait,
No. I'm saying these specific groups that are committing acts of terrorism that happen to be, Antifa, right? That's how that works. So how else would you
ideology? Are you saying
yes,
that in ideology
exactly.
or their name is Antifa?
No, they've co-opted, yes, the ideology.
So think about
in
it
a way where they take the name.
So anyone who's against fascism would be granted. I'm sorry. Anyone who's against fascism would be granted under that definition.
No, that's not how that works. Because when you're committing acts of terrorism under that definition, that makes it completely different. And I know you understand that.
Yeah, so what do you mean by terrorism? Because what you mean by terrorism here, right, clearly isn't like us peacefully protesting, right? This is Antifa.
Yeah,
This live is Antifa. I'm advocating against fascism on a daily basis.
I'll concede to that. That's fine.
Okay, but that doesn't mean I'm not engaging in terrorism, right?
Yes, you're not. You're not committing terrorism. Yes, Parker, you figured it out.
Are fascists engaging in terrorism?
I guess it could be. Yeah, I would probably say that's terrorism.
Do you think the Nazis would have considered us fighting against them anti-fascist terrorism?
Probably not. That's kind of nuanced.
So,
isn't that pretty nuanced?
So the people, so the revolutionaries that fought against the Nazis in Germany, would they have been Antifa terrorists?
The Nazis?
Yeah. Would they have been Antifa terrorists? The answer is yes.
I don't know. You're jumping too many hoops here for me.
The answer is yes. The people who fought against the Nazis within the context of Germany during Nazi Germany, they were considered Antifa terrorists. Okay. So who the fuck considers Antifa terrorists? Fascists.
I mean, this administration for a good reason.
Fascists consider anti-fascists terrorists.
Yeah, that's a good point. But it's also like, it's not nuanced because you're not listening to what I'm saying. So if they're members of this ideology, right, that commit an act of terrorism, how else would you stop people that have this ideology, that get funding and who, are perpetually out there, doing bad things? Not all of them, but the people that are, how do you control that, like, thing that's been happening where they're getting funded and they're going out there,
well, you need
for
specific
political
circumstances
motive.
this occurring. Do you have any circumstances where this occurred? Like name the state, name the city, name where this happened.
So I was watching Crowder's recent sit down at that campus, and you remember when he showed that clip? Come on, he's not that bad. I don't agree with him on everything.
Steven Crowder's horrible.
Honestly, I don't think I could be friends with him, but I'd listen to him sometimes. But he's not my main source because it's entertaining. You're entertaining too. I don't agree with you. Anyways, you're getting way too focused on Steven, but this is about what he was showing. And I haven't seen this before. And it was when it was apparently some Antifa guy, he's wearing all black blocks, so I'm not entirely sure, but he said, let's go, I don't know what I can say, but let's pop that Trump supporter. And then he did it, and it's pretty much like a good example right there.
So one person said that they were going to unalive a Trump supporter, right? And you're taking that as there are Antifa terrorists going after people. So what about the person specifically?
No, but they do.
What about the person specifically?
It's not always that severe.
Wait, what about the person specifically who was a neo-Nazi who shot up Colorado, right? A Colorado school on that day. The same day that Charlie Kirk got killed, right? We could talk specifically about the fact that someone specifically who was a supporter of Charlie Kirk literally ran 2 girls over because they laughed and made jokes about Charlie Kirk dying.
Wait, but how do you stop random acts of violence?
Do you think that's terrorism? Wait, you just asked the question.
Yeah.
How do you stop random ass violence? Well, then why are you asking me that?
I'm trying
Why are you
to
asking me that?
make the point. I'm trying to make the point because these are continuous things that are happening from people of a certain
I just point to
ideology.
multiple
So
circumstances.
if,
We can point to the MAGA
okay, hold
specifically
on.
individuals that
Can
went
I
after
please?
the Hortmans and
Yeah.
murdered the Hortmans. We can talk about the people that went over after Paul Pelosi and beat Paul Pelosi with a hammer. I give you so many different examples, specifically of political violence that comes from the right. It's actually disproportionately more likely
yes,
to
it
occur.
happens. No, okay. You know what else is more likely to not happen? I guess I should have worded that differently. Listen, left-wing violence is way less likely to be reported or categorized as such. And I think that's pretty evident with the example that I just gave from his thing that was not cited anywhere as left-wing violence, when it clearly is motive is anti, Trump or Republican. Either way, like that stuff does not get counted because of the people who are doing the counting or making these studies. It is biased, and that's a huge problem. And guess what? They get funding to make these biased studies, and it reinforces everybody, people like you
Biased
believe
studies,
things like this.
FBI statistics
because
are
it
biased
is.
studies funded by left-wing sources. Yeah.
I mean, you're saying that like it's an impossibility, but I'm not necessarily referring to the FBI
is
ones.
funded
I'm
by
talking
left-wing
about.
statistics.
I'm not talking about the FBI, but what? Okay. Anyway, from at least my opinion, right, is it's not being counted as much.
What is not being counted?
The left-wing violence.
Why? Because it's not lethal?
What?
Why? Because
No, I'm talking about an incident. I'm talking about any incident of someone on the left like doing something violent. Like
it is categorized. It is
underreported.
Categorized. They look at violence. What do you mean it's underreported? What are you talking about?
No, it is because of that bias. They don't want to show the reality of some of these situations.
Who's they? Local police departments?
No, I mean specifically, like I keep referring that one example. The guy who's running that study is literally just some left-wing nut. Like he's hella biased. He should not be making those studies.
You're listening to what Crowder has to say, and you think he's actually telling you the truth. That's what's
so. Who is that guy?
You're listening to him as if he's a good actor.
Is?
Yes, you're listening to him as if he's a good actor, like he's telling you the truth. He's fucking.
So what
lying
is your
to you.
counterpoint?
What he's taking into account specifically are situations of political violence that do not have to do with death. They're looking at specifically lethal. Right? That was the specific study that it looked over. So yes, it's not looking at acts of non-lethal violence. If you want to bring up other instances of violence that are non-lethal,
that's a great point.
Right? Then go ahead and flag that. But
That's a great point.
Specifically looking at it is
you don't got to get so angry because he didn't say that. So how am I supposed to know that without asking or talking about it?
Because he's not. I never got angry. I literally just said that he's not a good actor and that he's lying to you. He's actually misrepresenting data.
That's fair. That's fair. Sure,
it doesn't show those same things on the other side. So that's misleading.
So his other,
like
you made another
point.
point.
On the left.
Okay, sure. That sounds reasonable. So another point, the BLM riots and all the damages and things that were caused there. How well documented is all of that?
It's very well documented. Right? Like you understand that like the right was literally making an issue of it for so long, for years. Okay? You get still to this day, we have people talking about it for years, right? And
it was
it's
a
not
big
like Democrats pardoned people who committed violence on that day, like how Donald Trump did specifically with January 6th. So I don't know why they keep doing that.
Okay. Let's talk about January 6th, buddy.
By the way, unilaterally, Democrats have continually condemned political violence. Unilaterally. That has not been unilaterally condemned by fucking Republicans, especially the president.
What?
Yes, literally.
That's not fair at all. And what do you mean, bro? You think okay, so you're not saying he's advocating for violence, but you're saying he hasn't condemned it enough.
He actually did advocate for violence because he pardoned violent rioters and he called them patriots. On January 6th, they beat police officers on January 6th. He called them patriots and pardoned them.
Okay, so if you beat a police officer, should you get a life sentence?
If you want to reduce their sentence, you would commute their sentence. You wouldn't give them a pardon.
That's fair. Why do you do a blanket pardon?
Which gets rid of all of their criminal charges in the very first place.
Why would he do it?
Because he condones that behavior.
Okay. Yeah, but why does he condone that behavior? Because
Because on the day
Okay,
he wanted
mostly
to incite
because
a
all the
violent
feds that
insurrection.
were there. No, mostly because Nancy Pelosi didn't call in the National Guard.
Wait,
Didn't
no,
secure
Nancy Pelosi.
the place when she
Nancy
could have.
Pelosi didn't have the authority to. Trump never sent it. Now, secondly, again, Donald Trump. Like, what was the wait? What was the first claim you made? You made a really dumb first claim. Oh, fuck, I just listened to it.
What?
Repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just said. Before the Nancy Pelosi point.
Feds.
Oh yeah, that was the Trump administration. The FBI under the Trump admin.
Yeah, that doesn't make it okay.
So I'm confused. Why did
Are you saying that they were doing it under his order, or they were doing it to
his own? So, I mean, he
undermine
appointed
it?
he appointed the head
Isn't
of
that
the
the
FBI. That
question?
was the second head of the FBI that he appointed because the first one didn't do good. So apparently the second one didn't do good either. So he's terrible at picking people who are the head of the FBI. That sounds like a Trump issue.
Terrible at picking people, or
Yes.
they committed treason, or what's the other word?
Oh, you think they committed
Is it treason, or is it maybe there's a different word?
Wait, can you define
Maybe
treason?
I'm thinking of
Define treason because
I
it's
think-
actually going to be applicable to what Donald Trump did on that day. Tell me, what's treason?
I don't think let me think. An act of hostility against a government.
That's obviously not treason. Like, come on.
Okay, I don't know, dude. What is it?
I'm asking you. You said it was treason.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the I didn't.
Wait, so
I
then it's just a
obviously was
buzzword
looking
for
the
you.
other word.
So it's just
No,
a
I
buzzword
didn't.
for you.
I was trying. No, I was trying to think of a word. What's the other one? Dude, what is it? What's it? It's like an I word or something. Not insurrection. Don't do that.
Oh, maybe it's like betraying the government and trying to overthrow it? Huh.
No, dude.
Oh,
I'm trying
maybe
to
like
think of.
exactly what Donald Trump did.
What's
He
the other one?
literally tried to coup the government by literally sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He literally incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol, pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. That is exactly what Donald Trump did.
Well, they should-
It sounds
okay,
like
so
there's
here's
the
the thing. I
treasonous
think-
traitor Trump that you support. You support treasonous traitor Trump.
Hardly. Only.
No, you do.
Just barely. Yeah. Maybe 60%.
No, you do. You support the treasonous traitor Trump.
I mean, you can characterize it as that. I don't think he's a traitor necessarily.
He is, by definition. Then tell me, did he not incite the violent insurrection of the Capitol?
No, I don't think so.
No, so when he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots, does that tell
I
you that
think he should let them out.
Wait, answer this question. Does that tell you that he condoned or condemned the behavior?
It's hard to say the intent there. I think what I would suggest is that he was doing it because, like, the way that they were allowed in there, it was kind of like it felt like entrapment when you see the videos, right? There's a bunch of video of it, and you can watch it, and it's kind of weird how like the cops were just like walking around, like talking to him about stuff, and like, yeah, it's not like you can arrest, all these people when there's just a huge horde in front of
just
you. You're only a
ignores the
couple
video.
cops.
Are you just ignoring the video of them beating a riot shield into the wall and breaking open the wall and breaking in?
Yeah, that
Did
happened.
you forget that
But
video happened?
So they were swarming the building, right? And there was different things happening around different sides of the building because it wasn't a coordinated insurrection, right? They didn't come there with their weapons and have tactical gear, and
They did have weapons.
Yeah, sure, they had weapons, but you know what I mean by that. I didn't want to say a different word. They didn't have like specific tactical teams to go in there and perform an insurrection. It was a bunch of nuts, and then a couple people who were just walking
There
through.
were definitely groups there. The Proud Boys were there. They absolutely had tactical gear. They absolutely had weapons. They absolutely assaulted police officers.
That's
Donald
not
Trump
good.
pardoned
Yes,
them
but
and
I don't
called
think
them patriots. Explain to me
Yes.
how he could pardon them and call them patriots and wasn't condoning the behavior. Seriously, what does it mean to be a patriot?
because if they assume that they're going there for a valid cause, which that's debatable.
But
But
think
it
that was
doesn't mean
a valid cause. What was the
if they
valid cause?
think-
What was the valid cause in beating police officers on January 6th,
No,
thinking the
not
election was
that.
rigged, trying to take back the country
that's
from
not
Democrats?
the point.
Please tell me.
No. That's not the point. But also, I don't think you should be in prison indefinitely because of that.
Then you would have advocated for a commuting of the sentence, not a pardon.
Yeah, but it's a lot easier to do that, and I feel
No,
like
it's not. And you can just commute it. It's just as easy to commute.
to commute, and it wouldn't take.
Or are you saying that Trump was just using AutoPen? Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he was. I think that's fine,
So the
man.
AutoPen is president, not Trump. Trump isn't president. It's actually the auto pen. Look, chat.
You're
The auto
crashing
pen's
out.
president. It's not even
Are you
Trump.
stimming? What are you doing? Okay, I've been up here too long, bro. I gotta go. I'm
run away,
obfuscating my
bud.
responsibilities.
Run away, buddy.
Sorry,
Run away.
hey, let somebody else. I
Kimberly,
got
thank you for the
man.
$10.
I
Thank
have
you so much, Kimberly.
responsibilities.
Aspen, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Heidi, thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate the $5. Beverly with the $10. Thank you so much. Siri, thank you so much for the $10 for the DNC funded grift. John with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Andrea, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Madi with the $4.20. I probably will put more energy into that. Courtney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jennifer with the $25. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sandra, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've been seeing that. I haven't seen the specific clip, but I've heard that. Matt, thank you for the $5. Victoria, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Matt, again, thank you for the $5. And Sandra, again, thank you for the $20. Hookem, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Nina with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Queen, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you. Let me catch up the rest on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to get the next person up here, and we're going to thank some people as soon as we get the person up here. Let's get someone up here first, get a debate going, and then we'll thank some people. Zabicus, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? By the way, did anyone see that clip of Donald Trump Jr. going in front of the White House and showing like all the presidents in order, and then instead of Biden, it said auto pen? Did anyone see that one? That's why I literally argued what I did. That's why I literally argued what I just did. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump. I'm in the US, but I'm...
Is there a way you can get a little close to your mic? It's kind of very hard to hear you, to be totally honest.
I'm saying yes, I do support Trump. I am in the US, but I'm in process of becoming a citizen, so I'll be eligible or not, let me know.
Okay. For sure. And if you could go back
I
in
can
time...
talk about immigration, but I watch yours and Dean's video to educate myself because I'm new to the US. So, but I can only talk about immigration. And if I ask you to repeat the question, please do, because English is not my first language.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm only, mostly aware about the immigration part. So if I look at the immigration, I'm still part of that immigration. I would vote for Trump only if I look at immigration. I don't know much about Kamala and, Trump, what they did, what their policies are. But if I only look at the, immigration part, that would be Trump.
Okay. If I were to tell you that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right?
I won't support that.
A woman's vagina against her
I
will.
won't support that. That's
you would
wrong.
say you wouldn't support him, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I won't. It's wrong.
So that is true. Look up Trump liable essay, and I think that's enough information for you to specifically deny Trump. I do appreciate you coming up. I think that honestly would be enough to convince you otherwise.
Can I tell you why I support him in terms of immigration and why I feel like illegal immigration is wrong?
I don't think we'd even have to get to that because it does seem like you would already be convinced by the other point. So I would just recommend to listen to my arguments on immigration because I probably will talk about it here pretty soon.
Can you say that again? What should I read to educate myself?
Absolutely. Just look up Trump liable essay.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And say hi to Dean as well.
Of course I will. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's exactly how all the conversation should go. Literally, all the conversation should go. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Oh no, I did not see that. I'd have to go and look for that. Val, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Val. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to catch up on YouTube. I do need to get a debate up here real quick. I'm sorry. I will catch up to everyone on YouTube. I'm so sorry, everyone. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I just don't want to lose all the people. I don't want to lose everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only sending guest requests. If you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
27.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Are you driving?
Yeah, but I'm on Bluetooth right now.
I'm sorry, even though you're on Bluetooth, I do have to go on to the next person. I apologize. It is TikTok TOS, even if you're on Bluetooth. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
96.
What month?
August.
For sure. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still probably Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me think a few people and then we'll go on to our conversation real quick. Do you have a few people to think on YouTube real quick? Shannon, by the way, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Oh, that's so funny. Shannon, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Lisa with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brett with $1. Aspen, thank you for the $4.20. Kimberly with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Ida Louise, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Ida Louise in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. W's for Ida Louise in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Zombicus, thank you for the $10. Nina, thank you for the $5. Queen, thank you for the $5. D, thank you so much for the €5. I really appreciate it. Always good to see you, D. Mr. Skittles, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fruit Punch, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Barbara, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I would have told you if I saw this earlier. Thank you so much, Barbara. Can we get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Barbara. Hookem, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Patty, thank you for the $5. Coral with the $50 as well on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Barbara and W's for Coral in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Coral. W's for Coral in the comment section. Always good to see you. I really appreciate it. I'm having a great day so far. Daniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Absolutely. Absolutely. I plan to do it right after live. Right after live. I do plan to go like live really early on the 18th and then to go after. Let me make sure I'm caught up. Daniel, thank you for the dollar. Claire, thank you for the $3. I think I'm caught up there, as well as Lars with the $50 on Venmo for the cult fees. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Lars in the comment section for the $50 for the cult fees? Thank you so much. W's for Lars in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. Seriously. W's for Lars, W's for Coral, and W's for Barbara in the comment section right now. I really appreciate every single one of y'all. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really, really appreciate it. But let's go on to the conversation. So why do you support Donald Trump, sir? Hello? I can't hear you while you're out of the app, just letting you know.
You can still hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Well, I first want to start out by saying I think that you, Dean, Harry, Chris, like the group you guys got going on, you guys clearly know what you're talking about. Like if you guys just went law for law and regulation and policy for policy, you'd probably walk around, wipe the floor with 90% of the people. But I think like for like the common voter, and that was kind of like for me and my family, like sometimes you just go off of, maybe you don't know all the stats and everything, right? But you kind of just go off like when life was better, whether you have like a family owned business or something like that. Like I had a lot of people where they had family owned businesses, uncles, my father, stuff like that, where the business took like a big hit during the Biden administration or even the Obama administration. Like Obamacare fucked over my dad a lot when he was, he does healthcare through his business and his employees. And like, it worked out a lot better for Trump. So like, what do you say for people that maybe don't have the time to and educate about you guys or get a degree in poli-sci and shit like that? Because that's kind of like what I went off of.
Yeah, well, I would just let you know most people in the comments section have a job, and they've been able to do it. It's about critical analyzing the perspectives. It's not just what happens under the administration. That'd be what's called a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two variables are associated doesn't mean one caused the other. So my point would be is that we have to critically think a little bit more. We have to think the next step. We can't just think, oh, well, when was my life better? Because my life could be better under the Biden administration, but that doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden administration, right?
Yeah, and then like sometimes like suppose a state that you live in, right? Like it happens to be. I listen to your debates a lot, and I think you have a lot of good points. Like I said, I'm raised Republican Christian, so I've kind of swayed towards those values all my life. But I'll admit that Trump said some crazy shit, and like I've heard you go on your rant about the date the 10-year-old girl and anything that I feel like you have that memorized at this point, and like you can't justify some of the stuff that he says. I think it's crazy. But sometimes, like I heard you debating a couple of days ago with somebody, and they said, you know, you were talking about gas prices being up, whether they were up or down, or egg prices or grocery prices, and the guy that you were debating, I don't remember his name, but he was like, well, in the state that I live right now, it's good. Like, I don't know where you live. And you're like, no, but on a national level, it's bad. But like, what if the people in the States don't look at something like that? Like, they're not going to, you're going to go off what's in your area. You know what I'm saying? So like, I feel like that could sway a lot of people.
But we're trying to look at specifically what was caused by the president. And they're trying to say on a national level, prices specifically have gone down. That's what they're trying to claim, is that Trump was going to bring down gas prices. I'm showing Trump from a national level has not brought down gas prices. So maybe in their certain area it went down, but that's not specifically due to the policy of Donald Trump. This is essentially like the point I would make.
And I also thought like during the election, especially this one, like there was kind of like no really accountability on the Democratic side. Like when you saw well, first of all, with what they did with Biden and then switching to Kamala, I think that's like kind of crazy. I feel like they totally, because you can't put him up there, and I feel like he was kind of a sacrificial lamb left out there to die. You can't put him up there and everyone is swearing by like, oh, this is the best he's ever been. His brain is, you know, as cognitively high level as it's ever been, and you know, he's totally fit to do the job. And then he kind of has the blunder in the debate. He goes back to his debate. You saw the video when he goes back to his debate with his party, and they're all like celebrating, like, yeah, you killed it, you won the debate. Like they're like enabling that. And then you pull the rug out from under him like 3 months ago, and you put Kamala up there. And like, correct me if I'm wrong, you would know, but when the Kamala was running for like the primaries back, I think it was the previous election, like she was like towards the bottom. Like you guys were better off putting Bernie or something up there.
No, so she had 8 to 15% support. Right, that's definitely a lot of support within the context of the primaries. That's one of the top leading contenders in the primaries.
Do you know what I'm saying? Is it fair what I'm saying though, that they kind of enabled that, and then you pull the plug on him because
so
of that?
The
reason?
one point I have with this is that Joe Biden. I think it was not that it was enabled by the party. I think it was more Joe Biden was trying to enable it further. He said he wouldn't run for a second term, and then he decided to run again. That's Joe Biden's fault. I genuinely hold Joe Biden to that. Now there are people that specifically like thought that he was totally like fit to serve, which I mean, again, I would pick him on his deathbed over Donald Trump, right? So I think he can do the necessary aspects of the job, but not to the degree that I would like. I mean, the same thing is true with Trump, right? Trump is, I think, in like a worse issue because he believes things that are incoherent as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, there's stuff that you guys say that I agree with. There's some stuff. I think that sometimes he has good points, but he doesn't go about it the right way. And that's neither here nor there. I was saying it to my family during the whole election. I was like, if he just keeps his mouth shut during these debates, he probably has a lot better shot of winning than if he opens his mouth and puts his foot in it. Like when he went on the rant with like, they're eating the cats and dogs, like there's just no reason to say something like that. But obviously I back the Republicans. I've kind of grown up pro-life. I have, you know, family in law enforcement, like during the whole, and I'm not for or against the whole BLM movement. I think a lot of good came out of it and a lot of bad came out of it. But like for the fact that people were saying,
I think you should be for the movement.
I'm not against it. I'm against the negatives that came out of it. Like a lot of people, I have cousins and family in law enforcement that they got like a lot of flack for it. And please, like the defund the police. Like I don't think I think everybody matters. But
I
think
there's been a greater attack by Trump supporters against the police. Right. For example, Donald Trump pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers. How could you simultaneously say that you want to protect law enforcement while simultaneously saying that you support a guy that pardoned a person specifically who beat a police officer?
Well, I'm not justifying that one occurrence. I'm not justifying that one occurrence, but
that's worse than anything you could mention specifically on behalf of the Democrats that you disagree with. Like, could you name anything Kamala Harris did specifically that you would disagree with to that extent?
I don't want to say, and I know that you're going to say neither confirm or deny, but I feel like she made a good amount of making it to where she is by busing people on like small drug charges and weed and stuff like that.
You can't say that on the live. You can't say. You got to say W drug. But specifically, it was 45 people And that's also like policy that Donald Trump supported at the time. And Donald Trump wants to continue the drug war, whereas Kamala Harris advocates for legalization today. And it was like the laws at the time too, right? And this is not for just simple possession. It was people specifically, at least to my knowledge, that specifically like were on like a parole or reoffended specifically. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why is that?
I did have a question to begin, if that's all right.
For sure.
I did know, I think maybe on your lives too, but on Dean's definitely, you probably share the same sentiment though, that I guess undocumented immigrants commit less crime than, citizens. Is that true?
Yeah, natural-born U.S. citizens commit a multiple times higher rate of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to undocumented immigrants.
Now, is that, I was kind of thinking about this, and isn't that only based on like,
Arrest?
like if you've been, exactly, so
Yes.
like under not reported, you're not going to be able to tell,
Well, yeah, so I mean the same thing is true for citizens, right? The same process exists in that context. So you would have to justify that distinction
That's
is
a good
just
point.
because of the fact that they're undocumented, which is very unlikely because you have to find identifying traits of any specific person. And the way that you're going to identify that is by people who are around them in their communities, not by like you have like specifically their DNA already or you have their name already or anything like that. You find them through the context of information relating to the communities around them.
Okay. All right. No, that's actually a good point. So I do agree with that actually now. So thank you for clarifying.
For sure.
Yeah, I think I'm more kind of on the fence, but I definitely, I don't know. I'm probably stuck in my own biases maybe about voting for Trump. So I probably have to overlook that. But I guess like you were a Trump supporter, right? What did you think about him when you were a supporter?
So I was in high school. Like when I was a Trump supporter, I was in high school. I wasn't nearly as political. I was very vaguely political. The idea for me at that time was simply just like I wanted lower taxes, and like that was mainly it. Like that was my understanding of it at the time. It was like lower taxes and like I was like secure border. That was like my position. Like that's as far as I think it went. I didn't really have any
Okay.
like broad understanding of politics at the time. But that was my
Understood.
position.
Understood.
And, over time, what changed my mind was engaging in these types of dialogues and conversations was by informing myself, listening to the Democratic primaries, seeing different people's opinions who are left-wing, and considering both sides. Like, I watched a lot of debates.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. And like I said, I'm more on the fence, and after, listening to more of these have definitely moved me a little bit to the other side. I'm not completely there yet, but you're doing a great job is what I'm saying. So just keep doing it. So I won't take up much of your time, but it was a good chat. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
July.
You'd be, what's it called?
No, I'm 19.
You'd be 20.
No, I wouldn't. Look it up.
You said 2004?
5.
2005. That makes you 20. Not
No,
19.
dude, I promise
Do
you,
the
I'm
math.
not.
Do the math, man. Sorry, there's a fly in my face. I had to like, or it was like one of those like it's like smaller than a fly or something. I don't know what it was. I slapped a zygote. This is a zygote chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Okay, so hear me out. Like let's say you're hiring for a Walmart greeter, right? And two people come in, and one person has a resume of the last 30 years. She's been a Walmart greeter, and she's obviously really good at her job, but she comes in not really excited to do the job. She's kind of, over it already. And then
what are we talking about? I'm confused.
I'm saying you're hiring somebody. You have two candidates that are coming in, and you're considering hiring them as a Walmart greeter.
How does this relate to why you support Donald Trump?
I'll get there, man. So the second guy comes in and he has zero experience, but he has a ton of enthusiasm, right? And he comes in and he's excited to do the job. Now, I'll make it nice and short. Basically, when you're going to hire them, which one are you going to hire? I mean, you only have that initial impression of those two people. You're going to hire the enthusiastic person.
I didn't hear the first person's description. Go ahead.
The first person's description is that she's she's got 30 years of experience of a Walmart greeter. Like, she's clearly very experienced at the job and she's good at it, but she doesn't come in very enthusiastic. She's kind of over it.
Oh, I would definitely pick the person with experience.
Well, I guess that is where you differ from.
But I don't see a difference in enthusiasm versus Kamala Harris and Donald Trump if that was your comparison.
That is kind of my comparison, because I feel like the average American, when they watch the debate, and don't get me wrong, the enthusiasm doesn't suggest intelligence, but when you watch the debate, one person saying, I'm 1,000% great, I'm the greatest ever, and then the other person's just being very literal and accurate, which is very unenthusiastic, which to the average American that doesn't know anything about the politics behind it, they're going to hear,
okay, I could see how someone could see that if they don't have information. But what I'm telling you is you need to have more information. You need to look in further than that. And just specifically the culture around looking into politics by not even looking at what people's policies are, not even looking at what they have to say, but just by judging it on the basis of just enthusiasm would be obviously ridiculous.
I hear you. I believe, I understand that perspective 100%. But you also, look at myself. I'm married with 3 kids. So when I look at all the things that I have to prioritize in the day between my children's education and their health and their physical, making sure they're, playing sports, their meal planning, their cooking, their transportation, their relationships with their friends and my friends, you have to prioritize what in my life should I spend time on, learning about politics and policies, or making sure that I have happy, healthy children that I'm spending time with. I mean,
you can do both.
That's an opinion. That would be how you would prioritize.
Of course. You know how many people in the chat do that? Seriously, I'm sorry. When you're in front of so many people, you got to think about it from other people's perspectives. How many people in the chat have jobs, have families, have children right now, and still can critically think and look into who they're going to vote for? You have plenty of time. You have the time right now. Here's my point: is you're doing it right now. You're doing exactly what I would want you to do right now. You're trying to analyze your perspective. You're looking into it. You're doing more research. That would be exactly what I would want you to do. It seems like you do have enough time to do that. You clearly still have off time, right?
Yeah, to be fair, and that's what the definition of priorities is, right? You would just say that their priorities are stacked differently to where they have spent time to look at the policies. So and
I understand that, but I would like to incentivize them to look into it. That's why I want to do these platforms. I'm not saying every person needs to be the most informed person out there. But what I'm saying is that everyone in our culture, we should incentivize people to do research.
Yeah, that's 100% right. To be honest with you, I actually just mapped out this conversation in a way trying to sympathize with MAGA, because I voted for Kamala Harris. I was just trying to find a way to not hate.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Paloma, thank you so much for the $5. Carolina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let's go on the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
All right. First off, man, let's talk about like the things happening right now. Not go back. Oh my gosh, 10-year-old girl. Oh, this, that. Yeah, he says dumb stuff. I get it. He's a little weird, but what did he just do
That's
recently?
Just not a little weird. That's sexualizing fifth graders.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Whatever. All right.
Well,
now you can go into it.
Whatever.
Oh my. Here we go. See, this is what you do.
Dude, you brought it up. You brought it up. I'm gonna respond if you brought it up.
My bad. I was trying to say. I'm just. Oh my. All right. Let's just get to my point. So, my bad. All right. Like, what just happened?
Just like,
dude, all right,
just like making yourself look bad.
Can I talk, man? I appreciate you. Let me talk. Sorry. So, like, what just happened recently? What did Trump just do that all Dems and that have been wanting to happen for a while now in their bios, Instagram bios, TikTok bios? Oh, I care about them so much. Oh, it finally happened. Oh, he didn't do it. I still hate him. Oh, he's a rapist. He's still a rapist. Don't count. He's a rapist. All right, tell me about that. What he just did. Freeing
the Epstein files?
No, you know what I'm talking about. Freeing, ending the war. Gaza, they were celebrating. They were saying,
Oh,
they were
wait,
saying,
the
go
ceasefire
Trump.
the ceasefire is still not in place. Did you see what happened? They broke the ceasefire.
Did you not see him celebrating and saying
Israel
go
literally,
Trump?
Israel literally broke the ceasefire. They halved the amount of aid that could go into Gaza because they said that they're not getting enough of the quote unquote dead bodies from Hamas.
So you still think it's ongoing? Trump hasn't.
Yes, and
Yeah,
also
you're more educated
Trump
than
is the one
true?
Trump is the one who extended this conflict in the very first place because it is the case that there was a ceasefire deal under Biden that was very similar, and it is
even hearing CNN.
it is the case that it is the case that what's it called? PBS reported on the fact that Trump went to Netanyahu to get him to not accept the ceasefire until at least he got into office.
But why? Oh, sorry. But why are CNN reporters saying congratulating Trump, saying all right, this is good? Like, why are like your people, CNN people on the left saying okay, this is good, this is good? Why? Well, I don't get it. Who's right? Is it you or the CNN reporter?
I'm not on CNN's side, bro.
I mean, CNN. It was like your.
Do you think I agree with all liberals? Are you going to agree with everything on Fox? Are you going to agree with everything on Fox News?
But I'm saying you're more aligned.
Agree with everything on Fox News?
Beliefs. I'm not saying everything. I'm not saying 100%. I'm probably more aligned with Fox News. You're probably more aligned with CNN with their beliefs. Let's be honest. I mean,
I would prefer CNN to Fox. Yes.
Huh?
I would prefer CNN to Fox.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So why were our CNN reporters saying Trump just ended this thing? And this is very impressive. And hopefully you can keep on going and improving this country and bringing more peace to the world. He just brought peace, okay?
Hey, well,
so I don't know.
If there's a ceasefire in place, that's a good
Yeah.
thing. But the fact of the matter is that Trump specifically not only has the ceasefire not upheld, right, because of Israel, but also because of the fact that Donald Trump extended this conflict in the very first place. He literally went to Bibi Netanyahu and said, do not accept the peace deal and the ceasefire until I at least get in office. That's a little, and then Netanyahu proceeded to do that.
Because I thought peace has just happened. I mean, I'm seeing stuff all over the news. I'm seeing people celebrating.
That is antithetical to peace. That is Donald Trump saying, "Do not accept the peace deal." What are you talking about? That is anti-peace. You can't write this story off as pro-peace. I'm sorry you want total and 100% praise for this fucking fascist. He does not deserve the praise for something that he extended. for something
then
that he caused more death in, for something where he allowed for Israel to mass starve the Palestinians to the degree that they did, to an extremely greater extent than what previously would have happened if that ceasefire was accepted at the time.
I hear everyone praising him though. I don't get. Are you right? Like, I mean, you're smart, but I mean, I'm hearing a lot of CNN. I'm hearing Fox News reports. Every reporter's like saying he did a good job here. I mean,
he does not deserve praise.
I think you just hate him so much. You'll never admit anything towards him. I mean, whatever.
I will admit things that I agree with and I think that are good in certain contexts.
Let's talk about that.
I don't have an inability to do that. I'm just telling you my opinion right now that I think that he does not deserve praise because he extended this intentionally and did not care about the peace.
Okay, he did care about the peace for sure. He definitely did. He went all the way.
If he went to Netanyahu and he said, "Do not accept this deal," because it is the case that I don't want the Democrats to look good, I don't want Kamala Harris to look good, then it is the case that you specifically are obviously against peace in that context if you do that. Because Kamala Harris would have got the deal done and it would have made her look better, but it still would have been peace.
Okay, all right, Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration, yes. I don't know why you're laughing.
Kamala Harris would not have. She wouldn't even travel. She wouldn't even travel to Israel to do that. Trump. That's the thing about Trump. I mean,
it would have already been done under the Biden-Harris administration.
No, it wouldn't have.
Yes, it would have because.
What's your proof? Oh, you're getting now. 70% of stats show that Kamala Harris would have.
No, PBS reported on the fact that Donald Trump literally went to Netanyahu and told him to not accept the ceasefire deal because it would help Kamala Harris. That's literally what the PBS reported. So you can look at that and you can accept that, right? Or you can sit there and you can be like, "Oh, I don't accept factual information because I believe whatever Trump has to say, and I will praise Trump no matter fucking what."
No, I've never said that. I just want to say. You because I'm confused on who to believe in because a lot of CNN reporters are saying he did good, but now you're saying he don't deserve it. So I'm confused. Like, who's right here? I mean, do you hate him so much? You're saying this is right?
How about you respond to the content of what I said rather than just saying, "Oh, who's right here?" Dude, respond to what I said. What do you disagree with what I said on?
You're respectful, man. Like, I'm not mocking you. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to actually learn, but it's all right.
No. I'm saying you have to
don't mock me,
okay, cool. You have to actually look at what I'm saying. You can't just say who is right in this context. That's not an actual answer or question. That's not questioning any specific aspect of what I'm saying. That's not disagreeing with any aspect of what I'm saying. All you're trying to do is simply say, like, because I didn't agree with CNN in a certain scenario, that somehow I could be wrong. Like, that makes no sense. Are you going to say CNN is always right?
Yeah.
You think CNN is more right than me?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I guess you have a point there. I mean, are you more right than CNN? I mean, you probably are. I mean, you're like the top debater.
I think I'm more likely to be right than CNN in that context. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. CNN. Yeah, but I just think like these whole debates, are you getting at this just like, because like are you trying to convince Trump supporters to like be like left? Like, I don't get what are you trying to do here? Like, I don't get your debate sometimes. Like, you're trying to get money from people, like, get your donations. Is that mostly the reason why? Because none of us Trump supporters are turning from you saying this because the more stuff
you cut out.
Talk about modern day issues. I mean, let's talk about modern issues now. You're gonna say that, I'm guessing. But I feel like you're not. I don't know. You don't really get anywhere for our Trump supporters. You don't really change your minds. I feel like you're just trying to get. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you're just doing this to get money. I don't think you care that much. I mean, I feel like you're just Parker. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you're not like that. I mean, you're passionate, obviously, but I don't know. I just feel like you're doing it for mostly the money. I mean, could be wrong, but because you know that most Trump supporters are not turning left because of you. I mean, we're staying on the right. You know, I love my president. He's the president of the United States. You know, I mean, everyone should respect him. I know you don't. I mean, he's a rapist. 10-year-old daughter.
Are you about
10
to drive?
years? I'm gonna marry.
Wait, don't drive. Don't drive. You're running away if you're gonna try and drive right now. Now, yes,
I'm not driving. I'm not driving.
Well, yes, you caught me.
Answer my question about the money thing.
You caught me, man. I do this just for the money. I don't give a shit about anything at all. I don't care about anyone. I'm actually just someone who only cares about the money. I only voted for my own personal monetary benefit. That's totally me, right? Like, I don't give a shit about anyone else. I only care about myself. I'm just doing this for the money. Everything I believe is fake. Yes, you're right, dude.
No, I know you don't like Trump. You don't condone his beliefs. You're all Kamala, all that left. But I feel like, do you think that Trump supporters are getting convinced from whatever you're saying Because most of your stuff is just like, oh,
No.
one really
I
cares
go on
about
this
me.
live every day, and I think not a single person changes their mind. Nope, no one changes their mind at all. Nope.
But, I mean,
not a no one in my live
then,
stream has ever changed their mind from this live stream. That's never happened before.
The right stays winning, then, man. We're gonna keep winning the election.
Yeah, right. Like no one
guys-
changes their mind from these conversations, right? That never happens.
All right, so our next topic. What do you want to go on to next?
Hold up, wait. Do you
Mr.
actually
Money?
think I was being serious there?
Yeah, I probably do. 'Cause you say a lot of stuff that's I don't know if you're be telling the truth or not.
Stop, dude. Okay, so obviously I believe that this changes people's minds. I'm doing this to share more information, to get people to critically think more, to educate themselves, and to get themselves informed in politics more. Right? To get people involved to a greater extent, to sort of involve not only the context of entertainment, but also education in the same kind of connotation, because I think that's the best way to specifically increase the amount that people can learn and educate themselves. That's how I've done it myself, and I think that's because it was effective in the context of myself. It's effective for other people, and thousands of people every single day on my live stream will literally admit to you that they've changed their minds in at least some way because of the connotation of this live stream, which at least I consider as a benefit.
Well, man, you're all debate logic. The way you talk is like all through debate. Like you try to talk fast and then like go yes or you make like yes or no claims, so people can, if they say yes, you can you have like two different answers. It's like that's what you do. I mean, you're not really.
So you're saying reductio ad absurdum. Just because you don't understand how reductio ad absurdums work doesn't mean that they are invalid for a method of critical analysis or critique of someone's position. So you're just you're just mad that I debate.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just saying you're not changing any of our minds. I mean, you talk about the same.
I am. So
no,
what you're doing is projecting. You're saying because I didn't change your mind, I'm not changing anyone else's mind, which is obviously false. Which is obviously false. Not only is that a composition fallacy, right? But it's provably false, right? Because there are thousands of people in the comment section right now that will admit to you that they have changed their mind because of these different types of engagements.
Oh wow!
Hell, it's changed my mind. Hell, it's changed.
I'm gonna leave some comment on Parker Get a Real Jobs live. Oh wow! I'm gonna believe that, man. Oh wow! I'm gonna believe that someone. Oh, I changed because of Parker. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, unironically, I know that's hard for you to accept because you hate me so much, but it's a reality.
No, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. I respect you. I watch your live every day. I like your points. I just love
Well, then I've clearly changed your mind enough because now you're more accepting of hearing these types of ideas.
I mean, I just love debating. It's just fun. I mean, I don't hate you. I respect you when you lie. I just like to do this. It's like fun going at.
So
I don't hate anybody.
Has it changed your perspective on anything?
What, like what you say about Trump?
Anything I've ever said. Has anything I've ever said ever changed your mind or made you think of it differently?
Hold on. I want this question. Hold on. I'm talking. So you're asking change my mind to fully not believe in Trump or just one little point
anything. I'm changing your mind in some degree. I'm moving the country.
I mean, yeah. Here we go. You're gonna make me say no.
Right. Further towards critically thinking.
Then...
Yeah, and you're gonna admit yes, which then demonstrates that it's effective. So you arguing that it's ineffective is actually simply out of not only you being jealous, but out of you being mad. Okay? It is nothing to do with me actually having something effective here. And this is what always annoys me. This is what always annoys me. Instead of actually critiquing anything legitimate about what I do here, they decide to say that just any type of debate or engagement is not going to change anyone's minds, which is objectively proven false on this live stream every single day. People change their mind on this live stream every single day. Someone who was literally on my live earlier here within the last hour and a half changed their mind. Okay? Someone who came up on the live stream. So you cannot tell me that I'm not changing people's minds. You can't tell me that I'm not actually moving us towards a better direction because you are proven false every single day in real time.
Yeah, and people will never ever turn to your beliefs, dude. I'm telling you,
it's happening.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not going to change anything in this country. Oh wow, some people changed. Then what?
What do you mean a couple people? There's like 9,000 people in the stream right now, dude. Literally, if you talk about on a monthly basis, I've been doing this for almost 5 years now. If you talk about on a monthly basis, how that compounds over time, that is an insane level of influence that I could have never fathomed possible. I could have never fathomed it was possible to have this level of influence.
So why did Trump win then? But you didn't change enough people's minds, man.
Just because Trump won doesn't mean that I didn't have a positive influence.
Man, but you change someone's mind right now, what's going to change in the world, the country? People are going to get morally, or people are going to be more smart. It's not changing anything.
People are going to critically think more. They're going to engage with different conversations differently, right? It's going to get people to come together and to hear each other out.
Come together, dude. I'm not going to lie. You say shut the f up to people in the live. That's not.
Yeah,
that's
some
just gonna
people
bring
some
more.
people deserve that response.
Yeah,
that's
there you go.
reality. Wait.
No one
I'm
deserves
sorry.
that.
I'm sorry. We put some people in prison. Because we put some people in prison, does that mean we don't want to unify as a country? Do you see how ridiculous you are? Right, there are obviously going to be some conditions
totally
where you
different,
act differently than what you're going to act in typical, but that doesn't mean that you're against unification. Donald Trump actively every single day advocates against unification. He says he hates the other side. He hates his enemy.
Man, yeah, I know you know how Trump talks. I mean, I don't think he doesn't genuinely just like straight up hate. And
He does.
one
He said
bad
that himself.
I'll bring up your clip. Yep, whatever your clip you're gonna get. I don't believe it.
He said it. He said it at Charlie Kirk's funeral.
Yeah, I know, he said
it
it.
wasn't
I know,
actually
he
a
was like,
funeral. It was a political rally.
I know, that's how he talks. You see how he's talking? His voice like I don't know if he's joking or not. I'm sure he's trying to do something.
He was making a joke about that at Charlie Kirk's funeral, where his own wife went up and talked about how she forgave the guy who shot him because of that's the Christian way to go. And when Donald Trump says that he hates them, he's saying that he is going against her message. That's why he like offhandedly apologized to her after.
Yeah, I mean, so Charlie Kirk, was he a good person? I mean, we're not going to go into that. No, okay. Why? Let's do that then.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, because it's going to be too
No,
many
because I was
claims
30 to 40 feet away when he got killed.
Yeah, that's true. My bad. I didn't realize that. That's probably was horrifying. But all right, but I think just Kamala Harris, she didn't show enough for me. I know you're going to go into these random facts that no one ever hears about except like the smartest of them all, like you and Dean and rest in peace to Charlie. Yeah, I mean I just didn't see that Kamala. I just didn't see much in her. I mean, I'm sure she's smart. I mean, I'm sure she has some good.
Okay, name one policy she advocated for ever that you disagree with.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I don't know. I mean, I like abortion. Obviously, I don't know much of herself. I'm not like the great. I know everyone comes up here and says, "Oh, I'm not the smartest." Yeah, I'm not. I'm really not the smartest on this stuff. Dude, hold on. Someone's talking to my ear. Sorry. Yeah, abortion. I mean, the border thing. I mean, I think Trump's got that better than Kamala Harris. I mean, I don't know what else Kamala's gonna do to help what else she was gonna do to help the country. I really know. She
Do you think
make it
abortion
clear.
should be illegal?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Do you think abortion should be illegal?
Well, I mean, what do you think, dude? Yeah.
So if my girlfriend got an abortion
hold on.
and I paid for her abortion, should I go to prison?
Just one thing. I mean, rape. Hold on. Rape. I mean, I get it. All right, keep going. No, keep going.
No, I'm saying in the context of a situation where my girlfriend gets pregnant, she's not ready for a kid yet. We want to have more kids later on, but we're not ready to have kids yet. She decides to get an abortion. I pay for her abortion. Should I go to prison?
Hey, everyone says actions that count. No one's saying you're gonna go to prison, dude. Dude, when you say that, you just make it so radical. A lot of your stuff you do is very dramatic, radical to the extreme. That's not gonna happen, dude. You're not gonna go to prison.
Wait, what do you mean radical extreme? I'm asking you in a circumstance that literally could happen, right? If I should go to prison if this happened. This happens all the time,
Never
right?
happened. No. It's not a law. It's not a law.
Wait, I'm not saying it currently is a law. I'm saying, do you think that should be the law?
No. You shouldn't go to prison. It's your...
Okay, if you don't think that you should go to prison, well, then you agree with Kamala Harris. You think that abortion should be legal.
When they're pregnant, it's a double homicide.
Why? Hold on. Why is it when someone gets murdered when they're pregnant, it's a double homicide?
Okay, so I don't consider it a double homicide until the point in which the fetus would be sentient, but you still could, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the fetus is a person because it was an intentional pregnancy. So it depends on the connotation of how you just at least refer to the term. It would be murder, and it would be an unjustified termination of a pregnancy.
Yeah. So when you do that act, do you guys know a baby could come out of it, a life, the most beautiful thing in the world is life. Life is so beautiful. I just the act that when it just you can terminate a life. I mean, you're gonna say zygote, this, that, tiny, It's gonna be a life though, in a matter of just a year almost.
Wait, so life begins at birth? Do you think life begins at birth?
Oh, dude, oh my goodness.
You said
dude, it's gonna be a life.
Year.
Okay, I'm not gonna say all that because every time it's always about does it come at birth? Does it come before that? This, that.
No, life begins at conception, dude. Life begins at conception.
Hold on, man. Yeah, I know. Hold on, dude. This is what I'm saying. if when you have a kid, right, when you have sex, right, it's either it's a big possibility, right? I mean, when you have sex, it's like life is gonna happen if you don't like do protection, like life's gonna come out. And I feel like when you just
dude, most abortions come from failed contraceptives, so people use contraceptives and they still get pregnant.
failed contraceptions. I mean, dude,
That's
exactly.
a lie. That's a lie.
What? No, it's not. This is from the Guttmacher Institute.
No, that is a lie. Most abortions do not come from failed contraception.
Sorry, my friend's crashing out. She's interrupting me.
That's a lie. That is an absolute
It's not.
falsehood.
Hey, don't scream, man. Stop screaming. Hold on, Parker. Parker, hold on. I'm back in your room. Don't scream, friend.
No,
Please.
not
I don't
screaming.
want you to scream. Be
No,
objective.
I just want to say something. Like if people know that out of the act of sexual intercourse, the possibility of a child being formed in the mother's womb can happen, abstain from having sex. Because 100 years ago,
I'm not going to.
Sanger, no, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Over 100 years ago, there were no.
Sorry, Parker. She's a little crazy.
There was no contraception. Okay, there was zero contraception, and as soon as abortion came into the picture, the murdering of innocent children in the womb, this country has gone to hell in a handbasket. You're not going to believe me. You have your views. I have my views, and I respect you as a human being. But I believe that it is murder of a child. It was a way to cleanse the country of African Americans. And Margaret Sanger did put abortion clinics in black neighborhoods.
Yep.
So that black babies would get aborted.
Yeah, so
It's racism at its core.
It's racism. Yep, it's racism, Parker.
Okay,
My
can
man.
I respond to this? Can I respond to this? One, it's specifically saying that people should have the right to get an abortion.
What about the baby's right?
What about the baby's right, man?
Can I respond?
Oh, they're not functionable. They're tiny.
Am I gonna have the ability to respond? Is that okay?
Yeah, hold on. Just one thing, man. No, go ahead. Respond.
No, she's just gonna like scream at me and not let me respond.
I'm sorry. That's how she is. Respond. She's crazy.
I want to be able to respond to her.
I'm not with her anymore. I'm not with her. I'm sorry. She had to go.
Why? I wanted to respond to her.
She had to go.
Like,
I'm sorry.
I want to respond.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. She's not here anymore. I'm sorry. My bad. All right. So I can.
You walked away. You can walk back.
No, I can't. I promise you. She left.
She's literally following you. I can hear her following you.
No, I promise you, she's not in the house.
Dude, he's running away. He's literally running away right now.
Dude, you want to see my surroundings, dude? Hold on.
Okay, so one, abortion access is not racist, right? Because it's allowing for people to get the legal right to get access to an abortion in their own decision. So providing legal access to abortion is not racism. It would actually be, if you want to talk about like racist disparate impacts, right? Restricting people's access to abortion, given that you just said it would restrict more people who are black from being able to get access to an abortion. It would have a detrimental impact on their rights, right? It would restrict their autonomy. Therefore, it would have a racist impact from that respect if you wanted to ban it, right? Because you're limiting their ability to choose themselves. Okay, he just left. Hello? I'm so confused. And also, like, wait, they just left. They literally just left. Yo, come back. I wanted to finish that conversation. Let me finish that conversation. He realized I was going to respond to his mom and debunk all of her points, and then literally just started running away. Like, come on, let me talk to her, bro. What was his name? I want to bring it back up if he accidentally left. I could hear her like literally running after him. Detroit? Okay, I'm looking for him. I could hear her running after him. Like, did anyone hear that? Like, guys.
My bad, bro. I left on accident. So.
Hey, bro. Can I finish talking to her?
No, dude. I promise you, I'm not with her. Like, I'm putting in everything. She had to go to work. Like she was driving, and she had to get out of the car.
Really?
Yeah, dude, I promise. She had some good points. I would want you to talk to her. I mean, she knows more than me, if I'm being honest. Like,
what good point do you think she made?
I don't know. She's smarter than me. I don't know what she made, but I really don't. She was screaming. You guys were. It was looking like saying it was like WWE Friday night. Parker versus my friend. All right.
Wait, that wasn't your mom?
That was not my mom.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Good.
I thought that was your mom.
Nah, I don't know. My friend's a little crazy, but I feel like abortion. I mean, there's so much different opinions on it. I mean, do you respect our opinion or no? It's like, no.
No, I don't respect that opinion because it's false.
I mean, you gotta respect. I mean, because like, dude, it's not false. It's an opinion. You can't say it's false.
Do you respect someone's opinion that the Earth is flat?
I mean, that's way different than way 10 times different.
How?
Well, I mean, you can say like by respect, you can say like, say I believe it. I'm not gonna hold on.
Wait, do you respect flat earthers, their opinion?
Hey, just let me talk to you,
bro. Oh, my friend's gonna cook you, bro.
Bro, you're a soft liberal.
My friend's gonna cook you.
Okay. How am I a soft liberal?
All right.
You got soft hands.
The border, man.
Soft hands, the border. Go to chemicals. And you simply...
I gotta do something, dude. Stop rage baiting, man.
Yeah, give me like an actual response, man. What about the border, man? Give me something intellectual. I'm waiting. Anything other than like what a caveman could provide to the live.
I'm not debating.
Wait, say it again. My bad, I wasn't there. Go again.
Yeah, could your friend provide anything intellectual outside of just like what a caveman would say on the live?
He doesn't want to talk.
Okay.
Dude,
all right.
I mean, like, you're.
So it sounds like it sounds like he's soft. It sounds like he's soft, man.
My friend, yeah, he's very soft. I beat him up usually. I mean, he's pretty soft, but you are too, man. You are too.
I don't know why you're beating your friends up. That's kind of crazy, man.
I mean, it's our love, man. You know, you gotta. It's our love, man. That's how Trump supporters are, man. We beat people up, you know. Violence, man. We're all violence.
Okay, you're trolling. Get off my stream, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
They've got to be trolling. What? What the fuck? What just happened, dude? Alrighty, everyone. We're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you like my content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. We're on my second account right now because we're banned on the main account until like the 20th, which is kind of annoying. I would always recommend to go over to the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, so here's the deal. My girlfriend's in the next room, and she is a huge Trump supporter. I've been waiting for her to debate you or Dean. I honestly, just to give you a rundown real quick, I want to get married to this girl, but I don't think I can because her parents are raging Republicans and have brainwashed her. And so I'm just like waiting for her to find the light, basically. And I thought this is a good way to hopefully do that. So I would just have to grab her. She's 2 rooms over.
Okay, for sure. I'll thank some people in the meantime, so I'll be doing that while you ask. So I'm going to mute you. Just unmute whenever you're ready.
Perfect. 10 seconds.
For sure. Let me thank some people real quick. Lexus, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tammy, thank you for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Aluna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Or Alana, thank you so much. Bonnie, thank you for the $10. Matthew, thank you so much for the $10. Bree, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Bree, thank you. Michaela, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me also go on to the what's it called? To the YouTube. Make sure I'm caught up there real quick. Give me 1 second. Polish, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Boyo, thank you so much for the $2. Carolina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Kat with the $5. It seems like they just left. If you want to join back, make sure to do so in the comment section. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Boyo, thank you so much for the $5. Hookem, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Aaliyah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Taka, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Sophie with the $20. Thank you so much, Sophie. I really appreciate it. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Victoria, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Hookem, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Heather, thank you for the $5. Kaylee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Carolina with the $5. Mr. McSkittles with the $5. Dale with the $5. And Daniel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Kim as well with the $2, as well as Morgan with the $2. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. As well as Philip, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Philip. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
25.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What, are you driving?
No, I'm in the car with somebody who is driving now.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2000.
Okay. Could the person who's driving say hi real quick?
Hey, Parker.
Okay. What's up? What's up? Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Honestly, I just feel like the Democratic Party is violent.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Well, first off, all these mass shootings that are committed by people of transgender.
Trans people make up disproportionately less of the mass shootings comparative to their percentage of the population. It's actually mostly cis men, right? And if you want to talk about mass shootings, how about we talk about the ones specifically perpetuated by right-wing neo-Nazis, right? And we can look at domestic terrorism in the United States relating to lethal violence is significantly higher on behalf of the right than the left.
I would argue that, okay, what would you say is the percentage of the population that transgender individuals make up?
Less than 1%.
Right. And throughout the last, I don't know, I'd say year or two, the percentage of school shootings that happened, I would presume that transgender individuals make up more than less than half of them.
It's like 0.01%.
What is the percentage of trans individuals?
The percent of trans individuals specifically that were involved in mass shootings. It's like 0.001%. So it's disproportionately less likely by magnitudes more. So trans people are way less likely to do this. It's most likely to be cis men, people who are not trans.
I know, but you gotta like, what kind of Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat it one more time?
I said trans people are disproportionately less likely to engage in mass shootings comparative to cis men. Significantly less likely. By magnitudes.
Okay, well, what would you argue about the assassination attempts on Donald Trump and the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
With Charlie Kirk, we don't know the ideology of them necessarily. They just indicated nihilist violent extremists, which doesn't indicate that they were like left or right or like advertly very political. If you want to look at specifically Donald Trump, it was right winger, right? Like it was a registered Republican in Pennsylvania.
Are you talking about Crooks?
No, we're talking about Trump.
I know, but the assassinator was his name Thomas Crooks, right?
That was for Trump. Yeah.
He's not a right winger.
He was a registered Republican.
Okay, but the assassination on Charlie Kirk, you can
I said that
admit
was
that
they were just indicated to be a nihilist violent extremist. No, not like super left, super right, or anything like that.
I know, but there was definitely like relationships with like transgender ties. You know what I mean?
So this narrative that their trans partner had anything to do with this is crazy. Like, I'm sorry, like they didn't even know that this was going to happen. Like in the text messages that were specifically brought up. Why are you trying to involve? It wasn't. It had nothing to do with the trans person. Like I don't know why you're trying to bring trans people in. Also, you got a flag. Like trying to bring them into this is crazy. They had no affiliation with this. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Kelly, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
May.
That doesn't make any sense. You'd be 21. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Kelly, thank you so much for the $25. Again, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that's actually a really good question. It's actually a really good question. Matthew, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Matthew. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Dean is not going to be live today, everyone, just for people asking. He's taking the day off. He might have even reposted the live right now because I asked him to do that. I asked him, I was like, yo, while you're gone, you want to repost my live so that people see I'm live? And he's like, yes, that's a great idea. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump? Okay, well, I think they just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Nice. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everybody. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It really helps push it out to more people. I had a few people say we're on like the YouTube featured page. I think that's probably just for some people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I voted for Trump. I'd vote for him again. I voted for him 3 times.
Okay, why so?
I love the way he's changing the tone on immigration.
Okay, in what way?
That he is completely, I know that before Trump came on the scene, maybe 2010, 2012, it was like the Gang of Eight. And there were a bunch of Republicans trying to talk about how, we need to allow more immigrants. We need to, give people who are in this country in here already, we need to give them citizenship and forgive their illegal activities in entering the country. And Donald Trump came on the scene and he immediately ended all of that. I don't know if there's any Republicans who talk about that in that way now. And if they are, they're on the way out. And so I think he's changed the Republican Party forever due to his actions. And I'll be forever grateful.
So you want less legal immigration?
I want less immigration in general. But I think illegal is sort of a low-hanging fruit.
I said legal.
Which we are. Yeah, I know. I mean, less immigration in general means legal and illegal.
Yeah, so why do you want less immigration in general?
I think America, our country's often been referred to as a melting pot, right? We're a melting pot of a variety of different countries. And I don't even necessarily disagree with that. I think it's essentially accurate. But like melting pots, like America, like melting pots, you got to let them cook. If you have a melting pot and you're just throwing in random ingredients all the time, you're not going to cook anything. You're just going to have a mess. We've had periods in this country where we have had intense immigration in the past, so like the late 1800s. And the result was a bunch of nativist presidents who prioritized limiting immigration, legal and illegal. And, 30, 40, 50 years later, we had total assimilation by those foreigners who, instead of being Italian Americans, instead of being Irish Americans, instead of being German Americans, they were just Americans. JFK, a devout Catholic, was elected to the presidency, which was a big deal then, but not now, but it's a big deal then. So I think that if you have a period of intense immigration, you need to have another 40 or 50 years to allow those different cultures and peoples to assimilate.
What do you mean by assimilation?
To adopt American cultures, and also, at least in part, to allow American cultures to adopt yours. Like there's some middle ground.
Okay, so let's go through this. You say like you'll never cook anything if it is the case that you keep it in a pot. I mean, have you ever cooked food before, bro? Things.
No,
will be
I'm
cooked
saying if you're
you can take things out of it and they'll be cooked.
If you have a melting pot and you're just continuously throwing in ingredients, it's not melting.
Well, what do you mean by they could be melting if it's heated?
Well, when you melt, it's a transformative, right? And this is what I'm talking about. This when you assimilate, it is transformative. Your culture has changed, but as is the culture of the country you're entering. Like I said, it's transformative. That's what I mean by melting.
But
if you just
I think that's an inherent
ingredients-
aspect of American culture, and the idea that we'd have to stop so that we could have the culture fulfilled doesn't make any sense. I think the culture of America is constantly changing, and I think it should be changing for the better, right? That's what the American dream is about. It's better for your children than it was for you, meaning it's constantly changing. This idea of us staying the same, right, at any
It's
point in
no,
time, is antithetical
it's
to
not
what we
staying the
consider the
same.
American dream.
It's
We don't
saying
ever
that
stop.
assimilation. It's saying that assimilation takes time. That's what it's saying.
I think the idea of assimilation.
And assimilation
doesn't make any
is a
sense.
changing
If
process.
what you mean by assimilation is just people come into our society and they adopt some of the cultures of society we're in, and like we adopt some of theirs, like that's just like
Yes.
immigration and like what happens when people engage with each other. That's not assimilation. Assimilation is when you have a certain set of culture that you want people to conform to in every single which way. That's the idea of assimilation.
Yeah, well, I use JFK as an example for a reason because, like I said, if you ask someone in the late 1800s if we'd ever have a Catholic president, they would call you a papist and say, hell no, right? But the point is, by 1960, after 40 or 50 years of intense immigration restrictions, right, there were a number of laws passed in the 1920s reducing immigration, quotas, everything. It fell off a cliff. Anyways, after
That's bad. So again, you're only telling me what's good.
the point is, after decades of that, what do we find? We find that the American people is perfectly willing to vote for a Catholic to be president, and he was a beloved president, right? People loved him, and so that's what I mean. Assimilation is seen as you adopting American culture, but the truth is, it's two-sided. That not only does the immigrant, take on the cultural and social attitudes of the host, but the host also changes to accommodate. But the thing is, and the important thing is,
So then all immigration leads to assimilation.
To mixing, yeah. I mean, that's sort of how it is.
Okay, so then what was your point? Is that assimilation is going to occur either way?
And my point is, it takes time.
Under your perspective.
My point is the time.
Okay,
my point is time.
But like that. But we don't have to restrict immigration for that to happen.
It worked out in the past.
What do you mean?
We did in the past, and it worked out. It worked out successfully.
How do you tell whether it worked
Someone's
out or
spam
versus
calls
it
out.
wouldn't have worked out otherwise?
I mean, I don't have a time machine, so I can't tell you that.
So
but
then you're
I will
making
tell you
you're
that
making a claim without
it
any
is
evidence.
I will. Well, it's not evidence. We have direct historical evidence. It's more than the otherwise. Like that's the thing. You say we have no evidence, but we actually have historical evidence. It did work out. Like it's. I have more evidence on my side than you have evidence on your side because we've never had continuous unrestricted immigration in the history of this country. Like that's just never happened. There's always been immigration,
I'm not
and then
advocating
followed
for
by
continuous
periods.
unrestricted immigration. I think if
Well,
someone
that's what it seems like you're advocating for.
No, if someone's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, I wouldn't want them to be able to legally enter the country.
Okay, I mean that's fine. That doesn't really limit many people. Like, come on.
Yeah, I was giving an example because that's the president of the United
Yeah,
States.
I know,
The president
Donald
of the United States was
Trump.
held civilly liable of
Gotcha.
sexual abuse. Yeah, I don't want
Gotcha.
violent sex
Yeah,
offenders in my country. I don't want violent sex offenders or in the position of president.
That's like 0.01% of the population. That doesn't really change things.
Wait,
That's the
that's
thing.
not
It
just the
doesn't
only
matter.
example. If someone has committed a violent crime or bad crime, I'm okay with them being deported on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison.
Okay,
within the
that's
country, right. But
that's
if they have
5% of the
no,
population.
so then if they have no, if they have
So
no,
you're allowed
Can I
95%
finish?
in.
Yes, I would.
Okay, well that's functionally unrestricted. 95%
No, it's not.
is functionally. Yeah, it actually is.
There are restrictions. right? Saying it's unrestricted because it's not, because wait, that makes no sense. You agree there are some restrictions and then you're trying to say it's unrestricted. That's like stupid.
And my point is that if you allow 95% in, it's de facto unrestricted because you're letting
That
almost
makes no
everybody in.
sense. That's incoherent. If you limit 5%, that means you are restricting some. Do you hear yourself?
And my point is, it is still de facto unrestricted because you're letting almost everyone in.
What does that even mean?
Well, you're letting in 95% of people.
Yeah, if you have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I have no issue with you being in this country.
If you ran on as a politician, if you ran on the perspective that you want to allow 95% of people in the world who want to come to this country to move to this country, you would never win. I just want you to know that. Absolutely no one agrees with this position.
No, you're misunderstanding the position. You're misunderstanding the position, right? Obviously, it is the case that there's not going to be hundreds of millions of people coming to the country. That's not my argument. My argument is that we can have 1 to 3% population growth per year under the guise that we're specifically looking just for those characteristics. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they're given a pathway to citizenship, and that's going to lead to better outcomes than what we currently have right now. Right now, we are trending towards a reducing population by 2050. That is the inevitable reality. Fertility rates are not going to grow enough to be able to replace the population, enough to be able to uphold the programs such as Social Security, Medicare, and different types of programs that we've relied upon. If you want to continue those types of programs, well, then it's necessary that we have some increased level of immigration in order to be able to account for that, because we have an increasing level of people who are older on Social Security and Medicare for longer periods of time because of increasing life expectancy related to technology, while simultaneously we have less younger people proportionally to be able to fund the tax systems in order to be able to pay for them.
Do you think it's a priority to increase the birth rate of natives to solve these issues as well?
I think it's okay to increase the birth rate in situations where people want to.
Would you say it is equally
I think
as
incentivizing
important?
people to do so through the context of increasing the child tax credit would be a good idea, right?
Do you think it's equally as important? Do you think it's equally as important as increasing immigration?
I think it's less important than increasing immigration.
Why is it less important?
Because we can't, there's not enough time to be able to produce enough children to be able to respond to those types of issues unless we had
If it's
immigration.
2050, that's 25 years from now. It's 25 years. It's plenty of time.
Yeah, so 25 years from now.
You can have multiple
how
generations.
long does it take for these types of programs to actually increase fertility rates enough to the replacement?
Well,
rate? And then by the time we
could
get to the
increase
replacement rate, that still doesn't mean that we were in the past. So we'd actually have to get above the replacement rate in order to be able to account for everything we've lost, essentially. So,
you could change the child tax credit for next year. I mean, that's the thing. You could start changing.
For that. We advocated for that. I advocated.
Would you advocate for a lot of other things?
Kamala Harris, yes. Kamala Harris advocated for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which will help people particularly be in the conditions where they can have children. I don't want to force people to have children. I want them to choose to have children if they want to. And in those contexts are the situations where I would be in support of it increasing, not by force.
I think I have to say I disagree with you fundamentally that immigrants make the country better, and I'll tell you why. And I think this is probably a big part of our disagreement, and why I think liberals disagree with conservatives in general. I see that like the average Americans. The most valuable thing the average American owns is the U.S. citizenship, right? They have the right to be in the country, and it means that they have a much better life than everyone else in the world. And then there's no justification, right? There's no fairness that allows this, right? There's no reason that they deserve it and other people don't, right? I am a somewhat nationalist person. I'm supposed to be on their team, and if I care about them, I want to continue to allow their membership in this exclusive club to be valuable. And it's the reason it's valuable is it gives them access to the most valuable market in the world, which is the U.S. market, as a consumer and as a worker. And it gives them an entitlement to a variety of government programs and handouts from the U.S. government, which is, of course, the richest government in the world. And I think that as you continually add people to that exclusive membership, it becomes less valuable. And I don't think that's particularly
so when people have more
controversial.
children, does it reduce the valuable aspect of the membership?
It would, yes, it would, yeah.
Okay, so you think it's less valuable to be an American right now than it was to be an American in 1776?
No.
But the population is greater now.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing going on, Parker, is it?
Oh, okay. Well, then that's what you were bringing up. So, in what measure would you specifically use to say that being a citizen is more valuable? Is it the economy doing better? Is it technology doing better? Because, I mean, immigration helps with both of those.
It's technological and productivity growth, I would say.
Okay, so the immigration helps with that.
So do children.
Okay, so why can't you do both?
I mean,
why can't you allow
first
for
of all,
more immigration, right, and also incentivize people to be able to have children to a greater extent in situations where they want to?
Because first of all, there's many more people in the world who would be loved to come to America if they could be granted citizenship.
Great.
Than there are American people who could have children. Like that's the thing. Like if you have you at any given moment you only have a certain amount.
Wait. What do you mean by American people that can have children? It sounds like you're almost trying to run down like something that seems a little bit pretty far right, but you don't want to say it directly.
What do I mean by American people who can have children? Well,
yeah. Like, what are you saying? Like are you saying like the ethnicity of America is going to change?
American people can have children. They are people who are like 18 to 35. They're married or they're in a relationship, and they can have children. That's like, I don't know, at any given moment, that's probably like less than 20% of the population.
You were bringing it up as an issue that there could be more people that want to come to the country through the context of immigration than there are people to have children. So it sounds like you're trying to argue an idea of quote unquote replacement.
Dude, I don't know what you're even talking about.
I'm sorry. What I just said clearly made sense. You were bringing it up as an issue. You were bringing it up as an issue that more people want to come to the country through the context of immigration than there are people who are younger that will have children, which is specifically going at an idea trying to argue against the idea of quote unquote replacement. And what is the idea of quote unquote replacement associated
I don't
with
know what
far right neo-Nazis that advocate the great replacement theory?
I don't know what you're arguing against right now, but it's not me. I'm talking about the ratio of people. So at any given moment in our country, we have around 20% of the population who can have children. What that means is that, this danger of our exclusive citizenship into this productive club that is being an American citizen is never being in danger of being overwhelmed by children, because only a certain ratio of people in the country can reasonably have them. It's just simply not possible.
So what percent of immigration?
Let me finish.
No. What percent
think of the ratio of
would it be
immigrants.
too much of change? That's essentially what you're trying to argue. At what ratio would you say that immigration is too much?
Well, I mean, if we said that, say, anyone who wants to come to the country, or sorry, not anyone, 95% of the people who wanted to come into this country right now could become citizens, I think you would have a number of people who, in excess of the total amount of the people in the country, I think you could easily reach 300 million people, and that's like obviously too many, right?
Hey.
I think everyone agrees that's obviously too many.
I said specifically 1 to 3% population growth.
You said 95% people should be allowed in. That's what you said.
I said that's the criteria that we look for.
That's why I say it is functionally unrestricted.
No, you're not understanding. I've clarified this position multiple times, and it sounds like you're using this to deflect away from the original question I asked you. And I'm going to restate this again, right? I don't know how this is. Like, what was your understanding of my position? How about this?
You said that you would allow 95% of the people who wanted to come into this country and become American citizens.
Is that all I said?
That's what you said. And I said if you were a politician running on that, you would never be elected.
What did I say? Holy fuck.
That's what you said. Those were your words.
What else did I say?
So what level would you like to cap immigration? What number?
Oh, what did I say?
I don't know. What did you say?
I said 1 to 3% population growth, and I said this 3 fucking times. Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. Stop that's a straw man. What you just did. 95% would qualify, but only a certain amount of people would be allowed to be able to come in, because it is the case that we specifically can only have a certain level of population growth. If it was 300 million people at once, there's no possible way we could respond to that. But at a rate of 1 to 3%, that's something we could easily respond to.
How would you pick them?
I just told you. I said that was a set of qualifications.
No. You said 95%. I mean, how would you pick them? If you said in the world we're gonna allow 3 million people into the country every year. That's 1%. Really 3.5. How would you pick them? Because you'd have more than that.
I just told you the set of qualifications would just be specifically.
What qualifications?
I told you, right? You haven't had a violent criminal history, right? Haven't committed a bad crime, right? And it is the case that you specifically, that's really all I would look at, right? So that's the set of qualifications.
And what would happen if you
Can I
had
please
more
finish?
than
Can I please
3.5
finish?
million?
That's the set of qualifications that I look at. Outside of that connotation, I don't think there are valid qualifications to look at. And then there's a certain cap that you're going to have on this. So that's the qualifications you look at.
So would you use the lottery? Just it's like, say you had 5 million people who wanted to come in and you can only accept 3.5. How would you choose?
If you could only accept 3.5, you would specifically, yes, through the context of that system, yeah.
So you do a lottery?
Absolutely. It would be a similar system like that. It would be randomized.
What about like a point system like Canada has? You don't agree with that?
I'd have to look at the point system.
It gives points to a variety of like socially helpful characteristics, like for instance, young people, married people, people who have advanced degrees, just a variety of things that can be beneficial to the host country, shall we say?
Yeah, but you're also
and obviously
you're assuming that like fucking 10 million people want to come into our country in 1 year, right?
We have or at least previous to the border enforcement, we had millions of people coming in here illegally in the past several years.
Okay, so
we have proof of that.
Do you think it was open?
I would say it was legally not open, but it was de facto. Perhaps not open, but more open than now.
So was it de facto open?
Probably. I don't know. Open is a hard term. It was easier.
And yet still there wasn't anywhere near that many people per year.
We actually don't know.
We do.
We don't know how many
around
illegal
like 8 million people
right
that came into the country.
It could be. I've heard 10 million 10 years ago, Parker. It very well could be 20 now. We really don't know.
Okay.
And you have to admit that.
So again, we're talking 8 million new people, right? So you can, again, were you saying 20 million people in 4 years? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there are 20 million. There could be as many as 20 million undocumented immigrants in the country right now, and we don't know.
Okay, then let's provide them a pathway to citizenship. If you have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, we should provide them a pathway to citizenship. They're already in the country undocumented. And then we need to make our legal processes go significantly quicker. The vetting process
I don't agree with that.
Significantly quicker.
So 20 million is in excess of that 1% that you were talking about, by the way.
Well, they're already in the country.
Yeah, well, they're not an American citizen. They're not a member of that club. Like, remember what I was talking about?
They're already in the country. I consider them citizens.
But they don't have a legal right to that club. See, they don't.
They don't have a currently legalized. They don't have a recognized legal status, but they should.
Right, but you just agreed that like that's too many people. Like that's more than what you would recommend. And so you as a politician,
what is 3% of the?
So 1% would be 3.5. 2% would be 7. So you're advocating, around 6 or 7. Depending on how many actual really undocumented people we have in this
2%.
country.
3% would be like 9 to 10 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, it's more. I've heard 10 million.
That's about how many people. That's about how many people came in over the 4 years. Less than that came in 4 years.
I know, but total is obviously more than that, right?
Okay.
And
you're they're already in the country.
Right, but
so
they're not. They
don't have an issue. I don't have an issue because they're already in the country.
But Parker, they have no legal right to this club that I said grants so many advantages.
Yes, they do. I think that they have a legal right.
You just because you think they do, they aren't eligible for Social Security.
Just because you think they don't doesn't mean they don't.
Eligible for Medicaid. They aren't eligible for Medicare. Or at least they
currently under the system right now. I'm saying they should have a legal right.
Right, but if you include them, you're making the membership of this club, who is what our fellow citizens have right now, less valuable.
You're like such a snowflake, man. Membership of this club, man. Oh my God, we have to make this club super exclusive.
Oh my God,
if this club doesn't become more exclusive, it's bad when immigrants come here because that makes the club less exclusive. But specifically when we have more children, it actually makes the club better. It makes the club better.
Is this where you make fun of me because I've proved that you're harming your fellow citizens?
What you said made no sense, and you're not giving me an actual argument at this point. You just keep restating the same bullshit.
I've backed you into a corner where you can't admit that allowing 20 million people to become citizens all at once will, in fact, reduce the quality of your fellow American citizens' life and their livelihood.
In what way?
And
in what way?
Government.
Tell me in what way?
Okay, so So it grants them access to a number of expensive government programs that they previously don't have access to. For instance, Social
but they're also
Security.
paying more into the tax system. So proportionally, they'd pay more into the tax system than they'd be taking out of it, especially because they have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Try again.
Second of all, they are they can now at least legally work for U.S. governments. You're giving them, or sorry, not U.S. governments, for U.S. businesses. You're giving them access to an extremely valuable labor market. Like there's really no justice.
Amazing. We love that.
But what it does is it makes the labor of the people who are already here less valuable.
No, it doesn't. Because it increases supply and demand.
Parker, if you introduce 20 million new workers, or
they're
let's
already
say
in the country working, and they're working for lower wages than currently minimum wage. If you give them legal status, it increases how much they can get paid, therefore increasing wages. You're wrong. Try again.
So magically increasing the labor force by 15 million people.
Wait, I'm sorry. They're already in the country and they're working for below minimum wage. If they're working for below minimum wage and they're working for less than what they can in the context of the market because they're in the country undocumented and they're not held to the same market standards, then it is the case that they're going to actually increase wages if they're given legal status, because then they can actually advocate themselves for higher wages.
Parker, their wages will increase. You're absolutely right.
No. This is
the
American system will increase in wages.
Decrease.
No, that's wrong.
That's not correct, Parker. I'm sorry. That adding
it is correct. Wait, give me one economist that agrees with you. You're fucking wrong. You're literally absolutely wrong.
That adding more labor.
No, not adding. That's specifically giving a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that are already in the country. Wages will increase because they will accept higher wages.
Wages will increase for them.
No, it will increase for everyone in society. Because think about it this way. Think about it this way.
Absolutely not the case.
No. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. You're an American citizen trying to get a job, right? There are people that are accepting lower wages in the context of the market. That means from an employer perspective, the workers that they can specifically get access to in terms of who they could hire, right? They specifically are accepting on average a lower wage, right? If it is the case that they're giving legal status, now the accepted on average legal wage is higher. Right? So if the accepted on average wage is higher, then it is the case that from an employer perspective, you have to pay more. Right, and from an employee perspective, right, you specifically will get paid more, even for people who are in the country who are already citizens.
I'm sorry, Parker, that's just not correct.
It is. It is totally right. I just explained it to you.
You're basically saying that like black market wages, the existence of black market wages means that the American worker, will, or that the removal of black market wages will outweigh any impact of adding in 15 million additional legal workers. And that's nonsense. It's utter nonsense. Like that's a larger labor force spike than probably ever existed in the history of our country, right?
They're already in the labor. Dude, they're already working in the country. One, they're already working in the country. Two, they're accepting higher wages now. And then three, wait, let me keep going. Three, they increase demand. So if they increase demand, right, not only increasing supply, it will increase the amount that specifically businesses are making, therefore increasing the likelihood that they could pay more people, correct? Because they have to provide for that new level of.
You said they were already in the country, Parker.
Well, they now can demand more because they're paid more.
Are they not consuming now?
Wait, they can. They're demanding more now because they get paid more.
Are they not? You're trying to play both sides of it.
Oh, wait, did you just get fucking cooked? You just got cooked like crazy and you didn't even realize it.
You're trying to play both sides of it, whether you're pretending they aren't.
No,
they aren't
I just explained it to you.
I just explained it to you.
Listen. They have more demand now within the context of the economy because they are now getting paid more. If you're getting paid more, you can afford more things in the context of the market, and you will buy more things in the context of the market. Therefore, increasing demand.
This is you have a very simplistic view of the economy.
No, I don't. I have a degree. Wait, do you have a degree in economics?
Yes.
You do? Really?
I went to the
What
University
is price elasticity of demand?
It's like how quickly the price changes in response to a shock, I would say.
No, it's not. Price elasticity of demand is for what for percentage change in demand. What would be the percentage change in price? That's what price elasticity of demand is in the context of that. So you have no clue what elasticity is, right? You probably don't have an economics degree. You just said that.
I mean, think of like an example of a very inelastic good is like energy or gas, right? Like people are going to buy it no matter what the price is, right? So I do
So
understand.
if there's a large price increase, right, then the level of change in demand won't be very much. Does that make sense?
I would say the jobs, the amount of jobs is inelastic, right? Just because a bunch of people are entering the labor force doesn't mean that there's just going to be a bunch of more jobs. Like, I mean, you know that.
Wait, I don't know why you're trying to apply elasticity to that. It doesn't apply in that context. I don't know how.
Well, I know, but it would matter in this case, wouldn't it? Like this is sort of my point. You would have a labor supply shock if you had 15 million people legally entering the labor force.
No, you wouldn't. Wait. No, you wouldn't, because
there's
they're
not
already working here. Why do you? I'm sorry. If you actually had an economics degree, you wouldn't be repeating the same dumb point. I'm serious. This is ridiculous.
Entering the labor force.
Can you define the labor force?
The American citizens in the U.S. who are working.
Okay, wait. So the people who are not U.S. citizens in the country working, do they not count in the labor force?
They are not legally part of the labor force. They are not legal citizens.
What do you mean? There are people who aren't U.S. citizens that are legally a part of the labor force. You fucking idiot.
I mean, I guess they can have green cards and shit. I'd still say that's legal. I mean, they're.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that? Wait. I'm sorry. Do you think people who are just tourists in this country could be working in this country and could be?
Tourists?
Yeah, tourists, people,
H-1B,
lawful permanent residents, right? We can talk about people specifically
there's a
on school
variety
visas.
of statuses. There's a variety of statuses of people. They would still be legally. I mean, they went through the proper protocol.
But they're not a citizen.
They're still legal.
Okay,
this is like a really pointless and pedantic argument.
So if your only categorization for the labor force is whether or not they're legally in the country, right, that doesn't actually change the effect that it would have on the labor force, because immigrants are a part of the labor force. Actually, answer this question. You don't think any undocumented immigrants are a part of our labor force?
I would not say they are legally.
Answer the question. Are undocumented immigrants a part of the labor force?
Like I said earlier, they're a part of the black market labor force.
So they are a part of the labor force, right?
They're a gray market, really.
Okay. So again, they are a part of the labor force.
You as an economics degree understand.
In total terms, are they a part of the labor force?
They are not part of the legal labor force, which is exactly what I said. And the first time we started having this conversation.
What is the relevant difference? What is the relevant difference? Wait, I'm sorry. What would the relevant? Here, I'm just going to mute you because you can't shut up. No, what would be the relevant difference between an undocumented immigrant in the labor force and a documented immigrant in the labor force? Holy shit. Listen, I'm asking you a question. What is the relevant difference between an undocumented immigrant in the labor force and anyone else in the labor force? That would mean when they specifically go from being undocumented to being in the country legal, how that would somehow impact the labor force in any relevant way, right? That would specifically lead to somehow like a reduction in wages? Because to me, I've described to you how it increases wages.
Well, members who are of the black market labor force, gray market, however you want to determine it, they don't have access to a variety of workplace protections. They're not paid according to minimum wage. Basically, all of the laws in which we have created in order to govern workplace and how our labor force should be treated, they have no mandatory 401ks. I can't list them all because there's too many. They don't have
all these regulations and minimum wage laws. They increase wages. That's one that you just indicated. And then two, you're actually just justifying my point. You just justified my point. Given that they specifically are given legal status, they would be able to advocate for higher wages and bargain for higher wages.
They would definitely be paid more. There is no doubt about that.
Yes.
I never disagreed with that. But the goal is not to make them be better off, Parker. The goal is to make American citizens better off.
It does make American citizens better off. One, they're American citizens under this perspective. And two,
that is the most circular reasoning argument I've ever heard.
Not. Two, that was just one of the points. That was just one of the points. Listen.
That is so dishonest, dude. Come on. I knew you were going to say that. And that is so dishonest.
It's not dishonest.
That is so dishonest.
One, they are U.S. citizens. I'm sorry that triggers you, right? Under this context, they would be U.S. citizens. Therefore, I know it triggers you. I know it makes you melt down. That makes you such a little snowflake. But the reality is they would be considered U.S. citizens under this perspective. So an increase in wages for them would be an increase in wages for U.S. citizens. Secondly, that's not the only way that wages increase, right? It's also because of the fact that now on average, employers have to play more in the context of the market. So market equilibrium would go up. If you knew anything about economics, you would know that market equilibrium would go up if there are more people in the context of the market that are demanding higher wages. There's no one that
More
would demand
people-
those. They can't demand those lower wages anymore because they are specifically in the country legally. Therefore, they
More
are
people-
mandated by the law to accept a higher wage.
15 million people entering the labor force.
They're
entering
already in the labor
legal
force. They're already in the labor force. You don't think
legally demanding.
He doesn't think
benefits will
undocumented
not-
immigrants are in the labor force, dude.
If you want to say, look, here's the thing. I'll agree with you. If you're assuming that, will it increase the wages of the labor force in general, including already people in the black market or gray market, then I would 100% agree with you, right? Because these people who are in these dark markets aren't being covered by a variety of workplace regulations and safeties and all that jazz. But if it will help out the people who are here legally, it will not. Like, that's the thing. That's the issue here. Like, it seems like you're trying to argue around it, but it's just not how it works.
Let me give you an example. Let's say market equilibrium is $5 for a particular like mouse or keyboard. Okay, and it is the case that there are more people in the market now that would demand that mouse or keyboard, right, for $6.
Didn't you just say they're already in the market?
I'm trying to explain something to you. Can you just listen?
I know, but aren't they already buying things?
He can't even do it. I'm not even talking about undocumented immigrants right now. I'm not even talking about
Okay, keep going.
Okay. Let's say that right now market equilibrium is $5 for a particular keyboard. Okay? More people come into our system legally who are demanding that particular good, all right? And they would pay $10 for that good. If there are more people that would pay $10 for the good within the context of the market, would the price of the market equilibrium for that good go up?
Yes.
Okay, that's my point. If people are demanding a higher wage in the context of the market because they are not able to demand a lower wage, right, because of now they are applicable to laws, legal regulations, that is now that there are more people in the market that are accepting a higher wage. What happens to the market equilibrium?
So there's no supply curve in this imaginary. You're talking about demand, but there's no supply side of things.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, okay, let's have another hypothetical where it's really extremely obvious. So we have the cost of labor for a certain good is $5 an hour, at 10 people. What happens when we increase our population of available workers to 15 people? Do you think the supply, do you think that increasing our supply by 50% is going to affect the cost of labor in that scenario? Do you think it'll go up or do you think it will go down?
You're just thinking in terms of one effect. You're saying that.
Well, I just accused you of doing the exact same thing, my friend.
No, that's not what I was doing. I looked at both. You were the one only looking at one. Let me explain why. Because you are only looking at the increase in the supply. You're not looking at the increase in the demand. The increase in the demand, right, will specifically put upward pressure, right, on prices within the economy, therefore increasing the amount supplied by businesses.
I have a question for you, Parker. Do you think that if we just started paying every single person in the United, like if we just increased minimum wage to $30 an hour, do you think it would do you think the average person in America would make more money?
Yes, increasing minimum wage does increase wages, yes.
But you don't think it would have an impact on the supply side?
Obviously, minimum wage laws do have an effect on the supply side, but the effect on the supply side is less than the increase in wages. And it also has a rippling effect across the entire economy. It doesn't just increase the wages for minimum wage. Can I please finish? It doesn't just increase the minimum wage for minimum wage workers. It also increases the wages throughout the context of the economy.
But is there a level in which the impacts are negative?
Sure, yeah. If you had like $1,000 minimum wage.
$1,000, right. Obviously negative. How about this? So you think that, for instance, these 15 million additional people, or however many people are here illegally, you don't think that number is below or above, this limit? Because essentially, your minimum wage is sort of a proxy for your additional workers, right? Because what you're doing is sort of indirectly increasing the wages of these people, right? Whereas before you weren't. But right now they're working, illegally. Who knows what they're being paid? They're not getting benefits. But now you're essentially adding them to the labor force. You're increasing the minimum wage for them. And my position is that 15 million is too many, just as much as 1,000 is too many. Like you would have your negative impacts on the supply curve would outweigh your positive impacts on the demand curve.
Well, do you have a source for that? Do you have any evidence of that?
I mean, would you have a source for anything you were saying?
Yeah, for that level of minimum wage, yes, we would be able to indicate.
Do you have a source for adding 15 million people to the American labor force, legal American labor force at once?
It doesn't increase the legal.
And getting all those sorts of benefits that you're not getting right now?
Could you explain it from an economic perspective? How about that?
I just did. It causes a supply shock in the labor force. You have way more supply than you needed, and it will decrease wages. Wages of the American citizens who are currently enjoying a high wage level, and that will be decreased by your policies.
I think you're being bad faith at this point, because I've already explained.
That's not being bad faith.
I've explained my response to this already. It doesn't just increase the supply side, it increases the demand side as well.
I know that. I know. And my point is the supply shock
doesn't that keep the same equilibrium?
It doesn't. Just because it affects both does not mean it's in equilibrium, my friend.
Yes, it does.
Every supply change.
It's always moving towards equilibrium. What are you talking about?
I know, but every supply change affects both supply and demand. Like if you change supply, you will change demand. That's part of it. Like
demand
you know that just as well as I know it.
Yes, of course. What's your point?
But that doesn't mean that like this new equilibrium will, if you want to call it equilibrium, if that's inevitable, this doesn't mean that this new equilibrium will be beneficial to American workers, existing American workers, not redefined American workers.
So think about it this way. Essentially what I'm trying to say is that the increase in the supply and increase in the demand will inevitably lead to the same prices, right? In that connotation, because there's
that's so dishonest.
No, it's
you
not.
Don't know that.
I'm about to kick I'm about to kick you because you're not trying to engage productively right now.
No, that's a nonsense. Parker, that's a nonsense perspective. Be honest. You have no way of knowing it would lead to equivalent price. That is wishful thinking. That is absolutely wishful thinking. If you're going to be honest with yourself, it's an experiment for which we have no historical basis and no experimental basis. And the idea that we would come out the other end with American citizens who are already working in this country legally as being the same or better off, you have absolutely no basis for that.
How about this? Do you think that having more children will increase prices?
Yes, sure.
Do you think having more children will decrease wages?
Yes, I can see that. It's logical.
Okay. So you think having more children will decrease wages, and having more children, right, will specifically, right?
I mean, at a rate higher than right now. Like, if everyone started at 5 children, obviously, yes, it would decrease wages.
Okay. Explain to me how it decreases wages and increases prices.
What do you mean?
Explain to me the process in which it would decrease wages and increase prices.
Well, you'd have a higher labor force. That's the easy one.
Okay,
that's how it decreases.
So that higher labor force does what?
Well, you'd have more people demanding the same jobs.
Wouldn't that decrease prices?
Think of it this way, Parker. We have a historical benefit. We have a historical basis.
Wouldn't that decrease prices?
What would decrease prices? The more demand decreases prices?
No, wouldn't specifically that decrease prices?
It would decrease the price of labor. But that's the wage that people are getting. So I don't think that's a good thing.
You're misunderstanding.
No, I mean, that's what it does. It decreases the price of labor and makes everything else more expensive.
Okay.
This is not a good thing.
Think about this. In prices, what's categorized within prices? Cost of production. What's categorized within cost of production? Cost of labor. If there's a reduction in the level of cost of labor, then there would be a reduction in the price.
But labor is not the only cost of the input cost. I mean, I work at a manufacturing plant.
It's one of them, though. Therefore, will lead to a reduction.
It depends entirely on the industry, man. I work for a manufacturer, and our labor cost is nothing compared to capital expenditures and raw inputs.
So you're saying it would proportionally change it less, but it still would.
I would tell you that it depends entirely on the industry. Service industry, it would probably have a
How
huge
much
impact.
it would proportionally increase or decrease it. I don't.
I
see
mean,
the response
if
by
you
anyone.
want to make healthcare a lot cheaper, if you want to make healthcare a lot cheaper, then like importing a bunch of people is a great idea. If you want to make manufactured goods a lot cheaper, that's not it. Like if you want to make capital expenditures, it just depends on the industry. It depends on the industry determines how much.
If it was cheaper to hire people, right? Would it cost less to sell it? Like, or could you sell it for a lower price?
More people want it. More people want it, Parker. More people want it. That's the thing.
Wait. So are you saying that it puts
That's the demand side.
If more people want it, then it puts upward pressure on the price, correct?
Yes, price goes up.
Okay, so not only did the labor force increase, but also the price goes up because of demand. Isn't that exactly what I fucking said earlier, and you disagreed with it? And you said it was dishonest.
No, we both agreed. We said there's an equilibrium, and your assumption was that equilibrium would be beneficial to American wages, and I said you have absolutely no basis for that. I said when you change supply or when you change demand, both curves change, and you're right. They do. They reach a new point. We've both done those stupid supply demand curves. They reach a new equilibrium, but there's absolutely no justification for assuming that it would be beneficial.
What makes you think it declines wages?
That increasing the supply of workers doesn't decrease wages?
If that was the only impact in the economy, yes, it would. Yeah. But there are other impacts in the economy, like people have more money and are spending more. It increases demand, right?
More money has nothing to do with that.
And also, not only does it increase demand, but it also increases from a supplier perspective, right? What people are really offering in terms of their labor, right? If less people are offering lower wages or accepting lower wages, well, then it is the case that it increases how much wage they have to pay.
Why, if there are more laborers, why would less people be accepting lower wages?
So again, right, higher demand, right, along with the fact that, again, people specifically are going from working jobs in the United States, right, again, which they already were, right, to legally working in the country. So they were already working jobs, already providing supply. They're now providing more supply because they probably can work more, and they're also getting paid more, meaning that they can demand goods more to a greater extent.
So we're back to immigration,
right? Which also increases the specific amount that is going to be supplied by businesses, therefore increasing their incentive to hire more workers or to increase wages to account for that need of increased supply.
Yes, Parker, you're right. That making these previously undocumented people who are now documented do see their wages increase. You're absolutely right. It is vastly beneficial to them.
You've already had this conversation. If you just say the same thing over and over again, I'm just going to go on to the next person because I don't think
you've just said the same thing over and over again.
Because what I've said already responds to what you have to say, and you don't have something that's responded to what I've had to say yet.
No, I would say there's two sides of the curve. Just as much as there's demand side, there is also the supply side. That American citizens who previously didn't. No, you said your say. I'll say mine before you kick me. Just as much as there were American citizens.
No, I'll kick you before you can say, because it's the same fucking dumb shit you're gonna say after the whole time. Wasted my time, dude. Wasted my time. Like, he was trying to act like he was taking into account both supply and demand, but he literally wasn't. He was just looking at the increase in the labor force. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 3,600 people on YouTube, let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think right now we have like 1,300 likes. Let's try to get to at least 2,000, actually. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I do have a few people to thank. In the meantime, I do have a few people to thank. Alrighty. Jennifer, by the way, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now for the fucking $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ivy with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
2005.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Is there a way you can move to an area with a little less background noise?
Yes, just did. Hello?
For sure.
You good now?
Yeah. I guess here's my question: why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, I like his border. I like what he just did. The peace deal he just did. I'm anti-abortion, and those are the three main big problematic reasons why I support him.
So the peace deal is not undergoing still. Like Israel has violated it by saying that they're halving the amount of aid going into Gaza. This is from an AP News article.
Really?
Yeah, that's from an AP News article.
Man, I'm hearing from like a bunch of different places. That it's true.
Also, Trump went to Netanyahu when the Biden-Harris administration was in office and told them not to accept the ceasefire, all right, until he got into office.
Doesn't he just do it though? I mean, he just did it though.
Wait, this is way later, right? This is when he's in office. He did this like about a year ago.
The past.
About a year ago, he told them not to accept the ceasefire.
Yeah, but that's the past though. It happened now. I mean, it's all matters right now.
I'm confused. Repeat what you just said.
Sorry. I mean, I feel like you're going to the past. I feel like right now.
Okay. Well, he wasn't creating peace. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of background noise, so I am going to go on to the next person. I do apologize. There's just a lot of background noise, so I do really apologize for that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Alrighty. And I do have some people to thank on YouTube. I just want to get someone up here first. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006, August.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course.
Okay. Can I say thank you to a few people, and then we can go on with our conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Haley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Haley. Can we get some W's for Haley in the comment section right now on PayPal? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Haley. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Haley. Christopher, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. They said update immigration pass. What pass exists exploits all U.S. citizens and businesses and the immigrants, all but the government. We need more than just updating processing speed or mass amnesty. We need more available pass for people legally. Update the legal pathways. You're a hero. Thank you so much, Christopher. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Josh, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for letting me know. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michaela, thank you for the $5. Mark, I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, as always, tap the screen to help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as well. T, thank you for the €5. Thank you so much. Susan with the $20. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. Air, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Julian with the $5. Thank you. Angel, thank you for the $5. Nick, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Jewel, thank you for the $2. Business, thank you for the $5. Josh with the $5. Jen, thank you for the $5 as well. Kelly with the $10. Cam with the $2. LVZ, thank you for the $5. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rhonda with the $5 as well. Thank you. That's a great question to ask. Surgeon, thank you so much for the $3.50. LVZ again, thank you so much for the $5. Philip with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it again. Thank you. And I'm fully caught up. So, Antoinette, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Because there's immigration, to be honest.
Because what?
With ICE getting the undocumented immigrants out of.
Right, you just cut out. What did you say?
So what he's doing with ICE getting the undocumented immigrants out of here, I don't agree with how ICE is doing it, but I agree with it.
So you don't agree with how ICE is doing it, but you agree with ICE doing it?
Yeah.
Doesn't that contradict?
Nah, because what they're doing is good, but the way they're doing it isn't good.
What is good about what they're doing?
They're getting the undocumented ones out of here, the ones who came here illegally.
So you think everyone who's come here undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be deported? How do they hurt our country?
Taking up space and jobs and benefits that Americans could be getting.
So space. You said space, jobs, and what else? What was the third one?
Benefits.
Benefits. Oh, well, undocumented immigrants don't get any benefits. And then
They do. What do you hold on? Wait. You said undocumented immigrants don't get any benefits,
No, none from the federal government. None.
but they get some from states.
Legal immigrants through the asylum process, Joe.
Now, some undocumented immigrants get benefits from some of the states,
Such as
housing.
what state?
I got a buddy who's getting housing right now who's undocumented.
Where? What state?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. You think Wisconsin is? Can you give me one source that Wisconsin is providing free housing for people who are in the country undocumented without any legal status? They left, so they're trolling. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We love you.
Appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can always support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go to the next person here real quick, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
September.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm not sure, but I would say that Trump is doing really good with ICE right now. I love it.
What?
Also, that you guys are so violent.
So you don't know whether or not you'd vote for either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
I mean, Kamala Harris, I looked at her policy. It wasn't too bad, but what I do look at is I see that you guys are violent. I see that you guys like high taxes.
Question? If you can't answer my question, I'll just go on to the next.
I mean, I'll still vote for Trump.
Okay. Why'd you change your position? You said earlier that you didn't know, but now you would support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I can't time travel. Like, I don't know. I can't say that he would be 100%, but I'll still be like more likely Trump would be better. So I didn't change my position. I don't know. I can't time travel. So that hypothetical doesn't really apply to me.
Well, have you eaten today?
Have I what?
Have you eaten today?
I have.
What would you have felt like if you didn't eat?
Well, why would I feel like I would probably feel hungry?
Okay, so how come you didn't say the same thing? How come you didn't say that?
Because that doesn't apply.
That couldn't apply to me. That didn't happen.
Because I'm not sure how the outcome would be. This is.
Yeah, you're not sure how the outcome would be if you.
But I can say I'm more likely
right?
to like
that
this.
didn't happen.
I can say I'm more likely.
You don't have a time travel. You can't go back and not eat.
Done this?
You can't go back and not eat. You don't have a time travel device. You're not Stewie.
I don't. But that's way different from politics and making concise choices.
So no, it's just it's demonstrating that hypotheticals are relevant and conceptual.
Hypotheticals are relevant. I can't time travel, but I say I still vote for Trump. That's my point. I say I don't know who would be better 100%. I can't say without a doubt.
Okay, but you would vote for Donald Trump if the election were today?
Yeah, I would still do it again.
Okay, why so?
Because you guys are violent.
In what way?
In many ways.
Did we pardon the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th and call them patriots?
No, but you did injure 60,000 officers.
When? When did I injured 60,000 officers? What?
Nah, I didn't say specifically you. You're probably a cool guy. Are you a cool guy?
No, I'm not cool, dude.
Oh, you're not cool. Damn. Then
No, I'm
you,
not- I'm
damn, you
not
probably
cool.
would then. You probably would then.
No, do you seriously think that? Like, are you saying that I did?
I'm saying the
or-
left. I'm saying the left. I'm saying the left. As left is way more violent than right. That's what I believe. You can see it through. You can see
So
through the
where
media.
Where did you
can
get
see
this 60,000 number from?
I could pull it up right now. I'm finishing using the bathroom right now, but I'm about to pull that shit up right now.
Okay, bro. We're on a live, bro. Jeez, that's crazy. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. He's literally in front of 9,000 people. I'm like, okay, interesting thing to do. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, kind of.
What's
I
your
wanted
birth year?
to ask you a question. What?
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Were you on my live yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
Then why are people spamming my comment section with repeat guesses?
I think they're talking about Dean.
Were you on Dean's
Because
stream?
I cooked him earlier.
Was he on my stream chat or was it just Dean's?
Okay, so can I ask
Both?
my question now?
Oh, both? Okay, bye. No. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. They put in the comment section I was scared to get cooked, and they're just like playing music. I don't even know what comments are real at this point. Like, it's just like trolls typing stuff to be able to get added into the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey, if you're real, type 3 in the comment section right now. I need to see who's real. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually crazy. There's no argument for that. Michael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually got rid of mine. I've got rid of mine. I don't have one anymore. I don't use Discord anymore. Dr. Sonia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonia. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Antoinette, thank you for the $5. Nancy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Nancy. Here's some W's for Nancy in the comment section as well. Thank you. A lot of 3s in the comment section. A lot of real people. Let's go. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual real quick. I'm not real. Thank you so much, Carolina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Now, if you're not real, type 4 in the comment section. Right? Let's see how many bots we got in the comment section. Look at all the bots. Oh my god, all the bots. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I wouldn't say I support Donald Trump, but I don't I'm not MAGA, but I'm not against MAGA
If you
either.
could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
So, I mean, to be completely honest, I came in here because I am not a big fan of identity politics and it being perpetrated on either side. And I kind of feel like we're doing too much boiling down of politics to whether you support Trump or not. There are some things that Trump does that I really don't like. There's some positions that he holds that I think I would like if they were done correctly, and he's not doing them correctly. But I feel like as a community, we've just been kind of boiling it down to Trump or anti-Trump. And it's kind of just making politics a lot worse in general. We're dealing in absolutes. related to one guy when we really shouldn't be.
Okay. This is just a political live about like what
No,
side
I-
you're
I-
on, and like I'm against Trump and people are in support of Trump. I debate them because this like that's liberal versus conservative. Right now, I'm just getting people to try to realize that the choice they made was wrong, given that they still stand by their choice. Now, in the future, it will be like, why do you support the other Republican candidate? Or why do you support Republicans?
Sure.
That's the conversation
Yeah.
that's going to exist. But as of right now, when Donald Trump is president, it makes sense to engage in this type of conversation. I'm not trying to say that we should, focus and center everything around Trump. But, I mean, he is the president currently right now. And we have to acknowledge that. And,
he is the president, but like you
this
can
is the-
support some things he does and not support other things that he does. So I think like the question, why do you support Trump, is just
I'm
it's
clarifying what I mean. Like, if you could
Yeah.
go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? You said Donald Trump, so to me that tells me that you support Donald Trump. So why?
Well, I think honestly, it's that I really didn't support Kamala Harris. I would have much preferred Nikki Haley as a nominee over Donald Trump, but I couldn't bring myself to vote for someone who didn't go through a primary and was just forced into the election by basically the party without it being decided on by the people.
So, are you saying Kamala Harris? Well,
Yeah.
she was, because we voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, meaning that if Biden stepped down, that Harris would step up. 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. No one decided to run against her. And if you cared at all about the democratic process, you wouldn't support a guy who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, while also cooing the country by literally sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to steal the election when he lost.
Look, I don't support what happened on January 6th at all, but to me, I mean, like he's in his second term now. And again, I've said multiple times, I'm not a fan of Trump or anything that he did. But while Biden was in office, being consistently told that he was in good health and that he was functioning well, and then he goes and embarrasses himself in the debate, and then all of a sudden that gets switched around and we're put someone else in front of us. The entire thing just seemed extremely dishonest to me. And I know that Trump is dishonest in a lot of ways too. But I think just
It seems dishonest to you. One is not evidence that it actually truly is dishonest. And then secondly, like, again, in terms of this, even if it was dishonest, it doesn't at all compare to the level of dishonesty of Donald Trump, like you brought up. And I think that's an incredibly important thing to look at. Yes, you could say that you disagree with the level of dishonesty if that was dishonesty. Naturally, I don't think that's true. I mean, you can look at Kamala Harris's book. She wrote a book about her running. It definitely wasn't like something planned, right? There's no evidence substantiating that at all.
Well, I mean, no, she definitely wouldn't say that it was something planned. And I'm not even saying that it's something planned. I'm just saying that
it's actually kind of
as
what
a
we're
whole,
saying. If it was dishonest, it would necessitate that there was some sort of plan to do
just
that before.
because it was dishonest doesn't mean that it was planned. Like you can be dishonest. I mean that they knew, people around him knew that he was in cognitive decline and acted like it wasn't the case. And then, for example, the press secretary said it after the fact that she knew that she had seen evidence of cognitive decline.
Yeah, but how does that relate to whether or not this process is democratic in terms of Kamala Harris stepping up? It wasn't like their intention of doing that was to get past the primary so that they could then get Kamala Harris to be the candidate without any type of
I'm not saying it was their. I'm not saying it was their intention for it to end that way. I'm saying the entire thing put together makes it so I basically never would have wanted to vote for Kamala Harris regardless. Now, in regards to Trump, there are definitely things that I don't like about Trump, and honestly, I feel like I agree with Trump ideologically on a lot of things and disagree with the way that he carries it out, because he's just like a gross human being in general and is extremely disrespectful and is eating away at the discourse, at our political discourse in this country. But I feel like that's where we kind of need to separate who the person is from like what the ideas are. And unfortunately, Trump makes that extremely hard. He brings in his arrogance and just completely irrelevant, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse on here, but assholery in general. And I don't agree with that. But ideologically, I feel like there's a lot of things that are very sound if they were to be implemented correctly.
Yeah, you speak a lot in generalities. Could you be specific with anything you're talking about? Because
Sure.
again, you
For
brought
example,
like general dishonesty with Kamala Harris, and you don't care about the dishonesty as much with Donald Trump. That's not like a reason to not vote for Donald Trump, but for some reason to you, it's a reason to not vote for Kamala Harris.
No, not necessarily Kamala Harris's dishonesty. The dishonesty of the Democratic Party and the inconsistencies in their beliefs. Right
But
now,
there's
the
two
Democratic
candidates.
Party.
It's not just the Democrats. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it is technically Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, the parties are what are really running the show. It's hard to fall out of line with a party, and a lot of people are fed up with that. I think that's why Donald Trump won in the first place. But if you wanted to get me to get more specific into like ideologically what things I agree with Trump on and I don't agree how he's implementing them, we can go into that too.
Yeah, go ahead. Because
okay, so number one, I honestly think that there are great ways to implement tariffs to bring back manufacturing to our country and just overall kind of reset our economy. And I don't think Trump is doing it correctly, because when you put in tariffs, you also need to include investment in the United States infrastructure to be able to do bring back manufacturing. And we need to also implement reskilling and courses for people to switch their careers to go back into manufacturing, because we don't necessarily have the workforce to support it right now. However, ideologically, I don't think tariffs are as flawed as a lot of people say that they are.
So we don't have the workforce to do that, but yet we should deport people en masse.
Well, I don't know why you're bringing up immigration when I was talking about tariffs. I'm saying that we don't have a workforce that currently...
Do you agree with his immigration policy?
I don't agree with how he's executing it, but I also don't believe that we should have millions of undocumented people in our country. And that's not because I think every single one of them
do you want to
is a
deport them,
criminal.
or do you want to provide them a pathway to citizenship so that they can be a part of our quote-unquote greater labor force for tariffs?
Both. I think that it is dangerous to have millions of people in the country that you do not know who they are and where they came from. And I think that, I'm not saying that they're all criminals or dangerous people. I think that 99% plus could be amazing people who just want to better their lives. But if you even have 1% of 10 million people coming in that have some sort of ill intent, that's still 100,000 people in your country that you don't know who they are, who could be up to no good. So just by the pure numbers.
So then people, by providing them a pathway to citizenship. Now,
we should, but I don't think that we should let them be in the country while doing that.
Well, why not? They're already
because
they're
already in the country, but
they have no incentive to go through said process.
What do you mean?
If they have to leave the country and it's going to take them years to go through said process, well, then they have no incentive to go through the process or to identify themselves to authorities. My process actually gives them like an incentive to like identify themselves to authorities, given that they're already in the country.
I mean, I think that there are other incentives that you can do. You can say that you will be placed high, you'll be processed faster, you'll be higher on the list if you identify yourself to authorities. We've already given incentives, like cash incentives, for people to self-report themselves. I just don't think that it is responsible to leave millions of people in the country who you don't know their intentions.
Are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. We don't understand the intentions of most U.S. citizens. That doesn't mean it is the case that we should be scared of most U.S. citizens.
No, but we're not. No, but we're also we don't have a legal basis to just go around stripping people of their citizenship. If people are citizens of this country, we can't just go around and pluck them off the streets because they might be doing whatever. Undocumented immigrants are people who are not citizens of this country, who we should be vetting to make sure that they are not dangerous to, I understand that there are plenty instances of domestic terrorism and that there are plenty of Americans who are dangerous, and that's unfortunate. there's not very much that we can do, unfortunately, on that front. But what we can do is take preventative measures to make sure that we are not allowing excessive amounts of people in here, when by the law of large numbers, there's going to be some people who are trying to do us harm.
Yeah, again, of course, there's going to be some people, but proportionally less. So
Sure, proportionally less, but I mean, I literally said we can't just deport citizens from the country. Like, that's not something that we have like, if we could just deport all of our criminals.
I don't know why you're making this argument that we should have like a greater level of like being scared of undocumented immigrants, though. Like,
I'm not saying that we should be scared of them. You're totally twisting my words and straw manning right now.
They're already in the country. If they were going to do something wrong, they would have done it, and they would do it.
That's just not true.
They wouldn't be identifying themselves to authorities.
That's the person who just went and stabbed a synagogue in Manchester over the Jewish holidays was in Britain for 20 years. Like, people are not necessarily going to carry out their bad intentions. I'm just using that as an example to say that people do not just come into the country and immediately commit a terrorist attack. They can hang out for a couple years before they do something. It's not like someone comes in and is like, all right, I'm going to go.
Okay, so if you think that someone's going to commit a T attack, how is them, if they're going to stay in the country for years, couldn't they just go through the legal process as well? They just wait to go through the legal process and they'd be able to get in anyway?
Well, there would be much more vetting involved with that, to which they might not
under the process I'm advocating for.
Look, I don't know very much about your process. I am just saying that I don't even know how we ended up talking about immigration when I brought up tariffs. But all I'm saying is that I think it's irresponsible to have large
things you disagree with Trump on. You agree with Trump on. You brought up things you disagree with Trump on in terms of tariffs. So then I brought you to a conversation maybe that you would agree with Trump on and I would disagree with you on.
But like, I do agree with Trump on them. I just don't agree with how he's doing it. And I think that that's the stance that a lot of people in the country would take, considering that.
Agree with tariffs. So then what do you think would be preferable to do with tariffs? Are you saying you net would want it passed?
Preferable to do with tariffs. I think that we need more investment into our infrastructure and into our labor base to actually make it more feasible to bring back manufacturing into the United States. When you just set up blanket tariffs, it's kind of hard to do it. But if you have an I think that the tariffs surrounding our allies are more the fact that we are at the butt end of some bad deals with them. But honestly, I care way less about tariffing our allies and way more about tariffs with China. And I think that, and not even necessarily just with China and our adversaries, I just think that we need to do more domestic production and consumption within the United States rather than overseas.
Is it still lagging, chat? Holy shit, why is it still lagging? Because did it even lag in our conversation? Like, I didn't.
No, I could hear everything you were saying.
Right? Like, I don't know why it just started lagging for the chat. Like, I heard no lag in our convo.
Yeah, that's crazy. But as I was saying, like, I think that it is a good idea to make us less reliant on other countries. I mean, think about when COVID happened, or when that
I don't know why my internet just does this. Why is it? Why did it just randomly? It is an issue on my behalf. Why does it just randomly? Speed just gets gutted for some reason. I don't know why it does that. Like, it's just random.
Who's your provider?
I'm not gonna say on the internet because I don't want people to be able to find it. Like, why does it do that? Why does it? I think I might have to end up restarting my internet. Like, that's so frustrating. Whatever, we'll leave it for now. I'll just
that's
I'll just
really
try and
annoying.
speak
It's still
whatever.
lagging for people.
Yeah, it is. So
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I don't know how under your system you think that there would be a greater level of conditions of vetting, right, or a greater level of conditions of us understanding where people are, because you don't really provide an incentive, right, to a greater extent for people to actually like identify themselves to authorities. I know you said that you could have people leave the country and you could just put them on priority, but one, wouldn't that still have the idea of like incentivizing people to come to the country undocumented because they would get priority? And two, also that specifically, like, it would disincentivize people who are already in the country undocumented to actually go through said process because they don't know how long it will take, even if they get priority?
I don't necessarily think so. And honestly, the rates of people coming into the country now are much lower than they were before. So I think like new people coming in is honestly less of an issue than the 10 million or so that we already have in the country. But I mean, look, this is not something that I have like an extensive plan to outline to you of how we are going to incentivize people to identify themselves. I don't even necessarily think that, like, as you're saying, people aren't just going to voluntarily identify themselves when it makes it harder for them. But I don't think that there is any case, like, I just don't think that in general it's a good idea to let 10 million people, even if 100 out of those 10 million people have bad intentions. That is extremely dangerous. Like, that can be very deadly for American citizens.
Your argument right here would say that we should have no immigration.
No, it's not. That is nowhere near my argument.
Yes,
I do not know how
because there's a small percent of immigrants that would be coming to the country that could be having negative or bad intentions.
No, I'm talking about people who are coming in undocumented. Of anybody, American citizens can have negative or bad intentions, but it helps if you can vet people correctly.
Yeah,
and do background checks.
I'm confused how you think your process vets more people. I told you how mine does.
I don't. You keep calling it a process. I'm not saying a process. I'm saying that I agree with the idea that we should be deporting or temporarily deporting undocumented immigrants from the country, because I don't think it's a good idea to have that many people who we have no idea who they are or where they came from sitting in the country. I don't have a system or a plan like you keep saying. I'm saying that I agree with the ideology, and I don't even agree with Trump's plan and how he's executing it, but I agree with the ideology that we should not have 10 million people who we don't know who they are, where they came from, just chilling in our country. I think that that's just not a good idea. But I don't know. Wait, I keep trying to talk about tariffs because I think that that's the most misconstrued ideology of Trump's, but somehow it keeps coming back to immigration.
Oh, fucking crazy.
Are you gonna start another stream?
I'll have to restart.
Because I would love to continue our conversation.
I honestly think talking to you is like throwing my head through a wall right now. To be totally honest with you, I think I've made the same point like 6 times, and you're
well, because you're not actually. You keep straw manning what I'm trying to say instead of actually like listening to what I'm saying. You are straw manning me.
I listened to everything you had to say.
But you keep straw manning, saying I don't see how your plan is going to help when I haven't even said that I have a plan. Like you're changing the subject when I'm trying to talk about tariffs. You're changing it to immigration, and then when I'm talking about the ideology,
dude, I'm sorry. It's like you don't even know what's happening in the conversation. Like, genuinely, like it's like you don't even know. It's like you have such a simplistic view of what's happening in the conversation. Why did we end up talking about immigration?
It's hilarious. You finally get someone level-headed who's like not of like full-on like MAGA idiot who is just like spewing off random shit that they don't understand.
Repeat to me what I just said.
I don't know what you said.
Exactly.
And honestly, it's just like, it's crazy how like you're supposed to be like someone who's trying to engage in like civil discussion, and then you finally get someone who's trying to do the same.
You're not listening to me.
Because you haven't listened to a single thing I've said the entire time.
Yes, I have. I've listened to what you've said.
You have
and responded
not.
to it. This is so.
But every time you respond, you're responding to an argument that I am not making. How are you going to
Yes,
call
I
me
am.
disingenuous
I
when you
haven't responded to
haven't
arguments you're
responded to us?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what? Okay, then go ahead without talking about immigration, which I never brought up. Talk to me about tariffs and why you would disagree with the idea of tariffing other countries.
Yes, because it is the case. On the entire world with the United States, it decreases the level of export jobs in the United States that rely on exporting their products to countries around the world because of the retaliatory tariffs that they place on us. It decreases the size of the GDP. It's harmed our job market.
Okay, so let's go one at a time. So I'm going to start with the first thing you said, where it raises prices for American consumers.
Hey, dude, my internet is horrible right now. I'm ending the stream. All right, I'll be back, everyone. Maybe. I don't even know. This is so frustrating. Why is my internet doing this? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay. Why so?
So I'm just wanting to know a little bit more about your way of thinking. The reason why I support him, it's because of what the other kid was saying, immigration policy. I do tend to agree quite a bit with him. Just based on my experience and knowing how we behave as a Hispanic community as well. And I'm not saying it's necessarily like super bad, but I am saying that we do have things that we got to change.
Okay, like what would you want to change that you agree with Trump on?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like the perfect example would be the way that Biden opened the border for everyone, and it just kind of like made a huge mess. I don't know if you remember the New York thing where everyone was just getting dumped into New York.
What
It
did
does
Biden do
change
to open the border?
he offered a lot of people to go in, be able to go in, and with very little background check.
Okay. Nope. He didn't pass any policy to do that. Try again. What did he do?
No, I'm not saying he passed any policies. I'm saying he allowed it. It was too simple to get it done, and I do agree with Trump with the
how did he
aspect.
change the process and how hard it was to come to the country?
It is pretty difficult, and I agree with that section, that it needs to be a little bit easier. But I do understand that it's a country that a lot of people want to come into as well. So
How did he
like
change
it does take time. What was that?
How did he change it?
How did Trump or how did Biden change it?
Yeah, how did Biden change it?
He just didn't enforce the immigration policy as much or as harsh, I would say, as Trump did.
Okay, did he pass
or
a
is
policy
doing.
to not enforce it, or what did he change to not enforce it?
No, not necessarily. He just didn't. There wasn't a lot of security at the border. There was just a bunch of people that were coming in
So did he do anything to
unchecked, I
reduce the
guess.
level of security? Did he do anything to reduce the amount of border security at all?
That's the thing. He didn't do anything. That's what I'm saying. He didn't
So if he didn't
put
do anything, then he
anyone
kept the
or
same
didn't
level
reinforce
of.
it.
So what you're saying is that he kept the same level of border security that existed under the Trump administration, right? And it is the case that that was not enough.
It could very much be it, but why wouldn't you look at that as a problem and think to yourself, hey, like we need to just better this section.
I'm confused what you mean there.
Yeah, like if you see a problem with immigration and Trump in his previous term didn't do anything about it, why not say, hey, like let's step it up a little bit more on this section of our politics and make it a little bit more accessible for people to go through the process and make sure that we're doing something about immigration.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is that the problem that I have a lot with the Democratic Party is that they promise a lot because of immigration, yet they don't do anything. Trump doesn't promise. He at least I feel like it's a little bit more honest than
I'm
the
sorry.
Democratic
I don't
Party.
think you know what either side's even done on immigration. So how could you even determine that? Like I've genuinely asked you, like, what have they done? And you couldn't tell me. So how could you evaluate what side's actually done something and what side's not done something if you don't even know what the hell they've done on either side?
They haven't. That's literally what I'm telling you. Trump, at least, it's reinforcing the border.
No, but you don't know what
And
policies he passed. You don't know what he did. You don't know what Biden did. You don't know what Biden's policies Biden passed. So how do you know, right, to evaluate
It's
which
not
side is
just
better
about
policies?
passing. It's not just about passing policy. It's about also what it is that you're doing.
That's all it is, right? I'm sorry. How do you do
And what
anything if it's
Trump is
not through
doing
a
at the border
policy?
is giving it more enforcement.
How do you do that without a policy?
Are there not like executive orders and stuff like that can get?
That's in a policy. Just tell me the executive orders.
I don't know. I don't know them by name, and I'm not able to call them. I'm just telling you
What do they do in
what
general?
it's like.
So what did the executive order do in general? You don't have to tell me the name of the executive order, just what it did in general.
That's what I'm saying. I can't get into specifics. It's just the policy that it's being talked about, and the reinforcement at the border is it's literally what I'm going based on.
I don't know how to have a conversation with you if we don't know specifically what we're even talking about.
So here's what I'm saying. You tend to disagree, and you say that we need to have a better path to citizenship, and that's actually what I'm trying to do. It's just understand your perspective a little bit more, because I feel like you're freely just expecting to based on the other people just lies a certain amount of immigrants, which in reality it would be nice. But at the same time, it can't just be done like that.
I didn't follow. It was lagging. I seemingly didn't catch a huge portion of what you said. Would you like to try again?
Yes, what I'm saying is that I'm actually wanting to understand your perspective on immigration, because it seems like you just like
Hey, you're lagging a lot. I might just go on to the next
thinking.
person.
It's just that based on the other
really
debates
hard to
that I
make
saw.
out what you're saying. Stefano, I'm asking them what they're doing specifically because it doesn't even know like he has a general idea of what they're doing or what they've done to specifically cause that or the difference. And if you don't know the difference, then you can't make a determination on it. That's kind of what I'm trying to get them to realize. So it's not obtuse for me to ask them questions to see if they know what the position is or they know what he's done that they like, you know? Yosef, how old are you?
Yeah, 42.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely the one that knew how to manage their campaign funds. That would be Trump.
Okay. Then why did he sign on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending when he was in office compared to the Biden-Harris administration? According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, $8.4 trillion overall for Trump, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Why aren't you debating on your main account? Could it be that you got it taken down for false information?
It was for a guest saying false information.
No, it was actually you. That's why you didn't get it appealed, right?
It says guest violation.
Oh, no. It was actually me, and it wasn't me doing anything
I
except
already
for
talked to you?
reporting. Yeah, you have false information, man.
Yeah. So
Enjoy your half account. Enjoy it. Enjoy not being able
why are
to
you
debate
so
on
mad?
your-
Why are you mad?
Well, yeah, because you
like
lie.
you sound so mad that you had to come on the live stream and say that.
Why
By the way,
don't you
I can
say what
show
you
you the
said
ban. The
without your
ban is
counter
literally for guest violation. So
Yeah,
I don't
it was
know,
it was actually you saying that Republicans voted for a P3DO and a
It's
rapist.
not a
And you used the
misinformation.
actual words.
I say that all the time.
You
I
used,
say that right now.
You use the actual words, right?
Yeah, Donald Trump is a pedophile rapist.
Okay. Good. Take care.
Okay. Watch it. Nothing. He's so mad, dude. He's so mad. What a stalker, bro. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My dad is 41. He can debate you.
You have to join in on a different account. I'm sorry. If it's your account and you're a kid, I can't. I don't want people to be able to like click on your account or anything. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Right, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
A little bit, yeah, I support him. I'm MAGA.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump because, I'm not a full Kamala supporter, but I do like Trump more.
Okay. I have a few people to thank real quick. Callie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1.50. Thank you very much, Callie. I really appreciate it. Anthony, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. Molly as well. Thank you for the $20. Get some W's from Molly in the comment section right now. Lion, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I know, right? Lindsay, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. And Michaels, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Michael. As well as Emily, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $10. Cecilia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Leslie with the $5 as well. Thank you. Alrighty. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I support him because, of our military. I have a military family, so I just support him.
Are you going to be eating the whole stream?
You want me to mute?
If you're just going to be eating right now, I could just go on to the next person.
No, it's fine. I won't chew.
Okay, so what was the reason?
So, yeah, like I said, I have a military family. Everybody in my family.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
March 15th, 2016.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump with 3 votes. 2 of my deceased brothers also. I'd use their name if I could.
Okay, why?
Why? Because he's great. Look how he handled the Charlie Kirk situation.
What about that was great?
He lowered the flag, half-staffed. He's talking about putting them on money too.
So, yeah. So you, that's crazy. If I died, do you think they would think about putting me on money or Dean?
Yeah, but you guys ain't like Charlie. You're like TikTokers. He's like a political activist, actually. They're like beta. You're like beta.
He was a TikToker and a debate commentator. That's the same niche.
He's more personal with it. You guys are like Jubilee and TikTok. He's like worldwide, you know? He's global.
He's not worldwide. He's U.S. politics.
No, people more than in Europe and everything over him. They're
People know
talking
me
about
in
putting
Europe.
him on one of their currencies.
People know me in Europe, and no one is seriously talking about doing that in Europe.
Yeah.
Now, again, in terms of Donald Trump literally disrespected Erica Kirk's message at the quote unquote funeral, which was actually just kind of like a political rally.
Did she say that, or is that your personal feelings?
No, she said specifically that she forgives them, and he said that he hates the enemy. So, which is antithetical to what you're supposed to do as a Christian.
Well, I don't believe this unless you show proof. Like, cite the source.
He said it himself.
Drop the little notebook.
It was literally from him. He said it himself
From
at
her.
the fucking event.
Who? Trump?
Yes.
What'd he say?
I just told you. Did you hear what I
it's
said?
probably not good. You're probably just misinterpreting it.
Nope, that's exactly what he
Your
said.
eyes ain't open yet, bud.
It's exactly
You
what
gotta
he
wake
said.
up.
Can you not accept what he
How
said?
is I just don't understand how Trump is so bad. I guess just because you're a beta, you just don't understand it.
Say that again?
Just because I think you just don't understand Trump because you're a beta and he's really alpha.
Are you trying to rage bait right now? What does it mean to
No.
be an alpha and a beta? What does that even mean?
I don't think you would even understand the definition, honestly.
Go ahead and try.
Well, an alpha is somebody that, they just have that presence. They have that energy. Like, they just walk in their room and get respect. Like boss. They just boss it,
Trump doesn't get respect, so that's just laughable.
Yeah, he does. He walks in the room, they shake his hand, he grabs their hand and literally rips them toward him. He gets respect, whether
That's
he has
not
to take
respect.
it.
That's not
or-
respect. If anything, I would say that someone who gives a bad handshake would get less respect.
No, it's a great handshake, and he's showing dominance. It's what it is. I know it's hard for you to see.
That's not showing dominance. That's actually just showing that he's egotistical and weak, and he needs to account for something that he clearly is lacking.
So you're not a beta, is what you're saying?
No.
And Trump is. So how are you
I
not?
wouldn't use that. I wouldn't use that terminology. I would say that Trump is a horrible person. He's a rapist.
So he's an alpha.
I'm kicking you. That's the most fucking disgusting shit I've ever heard. What the fuck? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I did not mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be live later in the day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19, bro.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
June.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Yeah, I got you. My bad.
Okay. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Who do you think wins in a fight? 2 Bidens or 1 Trump?
Do you want to actually like engage, or do you want to just come up and troll?
Yeah. Okay. What do you like? I have a question about Trump though. What do you think about the UFC White House card?
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If you could vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why so?
Primarily for my pro-life views.
Which ones?
In the context of abortion, I believe that abortion should be illegal on the federal level.
Have you already been on my stream before?
Yes, we have debated before.
Can you read?
Can you beat me in a debate? No.
Can you read? I was just saying, like, I was gonna have you read off. It says one time only. I was just gonna tell you to follow the rules. Yo,
Hey,
how old are
what's
you?
up? I'm 44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, hey, pretty much.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, 100% Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to the conversation. A few people to think real quick. One second. Let me pull it up. Alrighty. Jamaica, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, as always. Noel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Moo, thank you for the £5. Thank you. Minnie with the $25 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Giovanni, thank you for the $5. Ashley with the $5. Thank you.
That smile is fucking smirky as fuck. Hey, I want to ask you something. Charlie Kirk said something weird about you. Remember that? He thought that you weren't that smart. He said Dana was smart. He said he's a good kid, but he said you're kind of more of a sociopath. And
we can talk about that in a second. I'm still thanking people. Peyton, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Happy birthday, Peyton. Happy birthday. Absolutely. Rachel, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Rachel in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melissa with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Melissa. It's about a week on that account. Sierra, thank you for the $5 as well. Nathaniel, thank you for the $1. Jamie, thank you for the $7.11. Thank you. Taylor with the $10. Katie, thank you for the $10. Taylor with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Megan, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Megan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. W's for Megan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Alrighty. What were you saying? Oh, he just left. Oh, too bad. Oh, what was his name? I think he might have accidentally left. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Womp womp. That's unfortunate. They just left. Okay. It looks like they're running away, chat. It looks like they ran away. They're so mad. They were so mad that they had to run away. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, they're not even in the guest box anymore. The girl, thank you so much for the gem gun. Thank you. They ran away. So terrified. Alrighty. Okay, yeah, they're not even in the box. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh my god. Michelle, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo. Michelle, holy shit. Can we get some W's for Michelle in the comment section right now? For the $75 on Venmo. Holy shit, Michelle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Courage from you both. And we need that right now before the King's March. Absolutely. Besides debate, you're a teacher of logic and ethics. It's in a time that people don't recognize a lot of the difference. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. And absolutely. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual quick. I think they left the guest box. For some reason, they didn't even want to debate me. I guess me thanking people pissed them off so much they had to leave. Or they're mad that I muted them. Or one or the other. Either way, I'm happy, honestly. Sinead, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Let's go to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And how old are you again?
22.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because I feel like it's three reasons. I think one, the border. I think he focused a lot on the border. I think I seen a news report that said, the border mass crossings have been its lowest since 1950s. And you look at Biden's term, the Democrats, right? It was one of the highest ever. There was about 8 million people that crossed through the border illegally. So I give him credit for that. The other point was world peace. I think that under Biden, there were a lot of wars that started. Not saying it's his fault, but he also didn't come up with any solutions or try to look for ceasefires, while Trump, in the last 11 months, I think he ended, I think he said 8 wars, or he's created ceasefire to them.
Can you name these 8 wars?
Okay, so the first one was Israel and Iran. He did create a ceasefire to it. You have Israel and Palestine. That's 2. I think it was a war in Armenia or something. I don't remember who they were fighting against, but it's an Eastern European country. And then I remember Egypt and Ethiopia had like some problems that he was able to create ceasefire with. Kosovo, I think it's a country. I don't have my sources right now, but there were some, and Rwanda and Congo, they had a 40-year war that ended under him as well. So yeah, that's pretty much. And then I think the third one would be the economy. He, I think his tariffs focus more on
Hold on.
America first.
Before we talk about that, that's not 8. The first one, maybe we could give to you, but I mean, we bombed Iran first, so like that doesn't really count as like us, creating more peace when we bombed them first. Like that makes no sense. And then for Israel and Palestine, right? They just broke the ceasefire, like literally recently. They just cut half of the aid going into Gaza.
Really?
Yeah, Israel just cut half the aid going into Gaza. And then Armenia and Azerbaijan, he was really laughed at by foreign leaders for saying that he was the reason why that happened. And then I don't know what you brought up specifically with him doing something with Egypt and Ethiopia. That's a new one. And then Rwanda and the Congo, like that's a claim where he was just trying to get mineral rights. That wasn't where he was actually helping anyone. He didn't help negotiate peace really. And then none of these are really examples where he negotiated peace. So, I mean, I don't think that he's a beggar peace candidate. I mean, for example, I'll give you other reasons to believe that he's not. He bombed 4 different boats of people off of Venezuela, where there was no evidence that they were drug boats. They were in international waters, meaning not in our jurisdiction. Right, along with the fact that it was a violation of not only international law, but also U.S. law. And, if they were actually guilty, we should have just detained them within U.S. waters, rather than, drone striking their boat.
So, for the Venezuelan boats, do you have proof that they did not have evidence?
There was no listed evidence, no proof of evidence that was listed.
But you know how I think Pete Hegseth said that he's no longer providing top information about some of the military stuff like that. So I'm not sure. Like, is he supposed to share that information?
Yeah, they're supposed to show us the evidence. Yeah, there was no evidence.
Okay, I mean, well, if they did it, I'll put trust that they had a reason to, because I know for what's his name, Obama, he's done the same thing with Iraq when, like, I think he killed a civilian, a U.S. civilian, a U.S. citizen. So, not sure. We don't
They
have.
provided evidence they were affiliated with a terrorist organization. I don't know why we're going all the way back to Obama. I definitely don't agree with every drone strike under Obama. But I'm giving you an example explicitly how Donald Trump is not pro-peace, and this isn't even an example of war.
I mean, I think he's more of just like, I don't know, because under Biden, okay, so let's say Kamala had won the election, right? She pretty much, like, their stance was, like, for example, Russia and Ukraine. Her stance was, we're fully supporting Ukraine. We're going to send them billions of dollars. We're going to go into war if they go into war type of mentality. While Trump was more of, let's try to hear the other side a little bit more. I'm not saying that Russia, what they did was correct or anything like that, but I feel like
Trump became full pro-Ukraine now. He cut the funding for Ukraine originally, which gave Russia the greater ability to take more land. And then now he's realized, he admitted this himself on his own Truth Social, that he had the wrong position and that they can take back the entirety of Ukraine in its original form prior to being invaded in the first place. So actually a full pro-Ukraine position, and we'd actually be in a better position to defend Ukraine if Trump never cut the funding in the very first place, thinking that he could get a deal done with Putin, who was clearly just conning them.
So what about, yeah, but wasn't Biden threatening to attack Russia if have I think it was planes or something in Russian territory or something like that? Wouldn't that have started World War III?
Which ones? Sorry, restate that.
I think he threatened to have planes sent over, I think it was Russian territory, that would have been able to start World War III. I don't know, but I heard reports of
Biden was not advocating for World War III. He didn't do anything that would have caused World War III.
Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, personally, I don't think Kamala Harris, if she had been president today, I mean, look at, for example, Afghanistan. Why did they pull out the troops?
That was Trump's deal with the Taliban.
But wasn't it, weren't they in a process to peacefully or something like that? I don't know, but.
Yeah, that was the process. Yeah, it was set up by Trump, and then it was extended by Biden, giving them a bit more time.
Okay. All right. I mean, like I said, it's hypotheticals at the end of the day. If Kamala Harris had won the election, we don't know if any of these countries would have still been
What policies
fighting.
of Trump's do you like? Could you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, I kind of like his manufacturing. I mean, his tax cuts. I like that as well. I like his tax cuts.
So
the one he signed on July 4.
Did you know he's replacing income tax with tariff? So he's decreasing income tax, and he's replacing that with an increased tariff. And tariffs are regressive tax rates, whereas income taxes are progressive tax structures. So it's shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income in terms of who's paying for it to people who are disproportionately lower income. And I'll explain the process. Progressive tax structure, the more you make, the greater percentage you pay, as is a bracket structure, right? In comparison to tariffs. Tariffs, right, cause an increase in the cost of consumer products. When they cause an increase in the cost of consumer products, right, it causes, a greater increase in the prices for people who are buying goods, right? Which, if people are lower income, they spend a disproportionately higher amount of their income on consumer goods, as it's a basis of their cost of living. Meaning that if consumer goods increase in cost, it's going to disproportionately cause their products that they buy to increase in cost, then disproportionately increasing the amount of revenue that's gained specifically from lower income individuals comparative to higher income individuals. Because the higher income you get, the lower percentage of your income you spend on consumer goods.
So are you suggesting that there's no benefits in tariffs?
I'm saying that tariffs are negatively impacting the American population. There are some targeted tariffs that can have beneficial outcomes, like to specialized industries. for specialized manufacturing in the United States, but the broad scale tariffs that Trump's advocated for are not only detrimental to American consumer markets, but also to American exporting businesses that rely on exporting their products around the world, like farmers that rely on exporting their soybeans, especially to China, for example, which they're buying none of now because of Trump.
Okay. I mean, I kind of see your point. Like, there's pros and cons to it, but I feel like, for example, with Trump's tariffs, right? Like, I think it was the manufacturing or whatever. You had manufacturing, like auto factories or whatever in Mexico by China, and they're creating these cheaper cars and they're sending them over right across the border, which is hurting American businesses, and it's also hurting American jobs. And I feel like the tariffs that Trump put in have created more jobs. Is that correct?
No. Domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office.
What about the steel company?
If you're talking about steel was kept by Biden.
Okay, I mean, okay, and then like other economic, I think he's more like less. He's less for the climate, and he's more about Gerald Moore, right?
Yeah, that's bad, because climate change is real.
I mean, I don't. Me personally, I feel like climate change is like if you okay. So for example, India and Pakistan, India, like South Asia. When you look at South Asia, the amount of pollution that they commit. For example, China. You look at Russia. These aren't countries that are following climate policies, right?
They actually are. Now, China specifically has indicated that they're making reductions.
Yeah, because of all the pollution that has rambled all over their city.
So now they are doing that. So you have to acknowledge that, like, we want to address this.
I mean, I guess, yeah, but like I said, I think that
okay, so having the president deny science and say the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet is actively dismantling our ability to be able to address climate change, being able to address health crises that affect our population, and to make America healthy.
Okay, what about, for example, RFK Jr., I think his health secretary.
Yeah, he's insane. He's batshit crazy.
Didn't he get rid of like toxins that they found in baby formula? Wasn't he the one that found out about that, where they had like cancerous ingredients in them, and it was under the Trump administration that they were able to get rid of that recently?
And what?
Under the Trump administration, they were able to get rid
cancerous
of
ingredients in what?
in baby formula.
Let me look this up.
Under RFK Jr.
He just ordered a review of the baby formula. That's it.
I saw a report that said, do you want me to give the source to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
all they're doing is increased testing.
I mean, like, I saw a report that said they found and they ordered the companies to redistribute them, but...
And actually, in other ways, they actually have decreased the amount of testing, because things like, for example, PFAS, they've actually decreased the amount of enforcement for the laws relating to the control of PFAS. So so they claimed that they are actually like doing stuff to address it to a greater standpoint, but then actively have defunded the FDA inspections.
I didn't know that. I'll definitely research into that. But what about... Well, I mean, I still think the border issue is greater than any of the other issues that I'm like more focused on.
In what ways he's specifically like addressing that? Because I do want to address this real quick. I do have a source specifically, all right, where Donald Trump's administration eliminated 2 critical food safety committees. And experts specifically warn the risk of this. You can find this on an article. Look up "Experts Warn of Public Health Risks as the Trump Administration Eliminates 2 critical food safety committees."
Okay, I'll highlight that down. But what about? I heard that under Biden, the inflation was 9%, and currently, if you look at the market, the inflation rate is about like 3%.
So,
that was in 2022.
So with inflation happened on a global stage under the Biden-Harris administration in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, all around the world. It wasn't specific to the United States. That was related to supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. That was not specific to the United States. The Biden-Harris administration did not cause inflation. Now, there are actually arguments the Trump administration has caused inflation because tariffs put upward pressure on prices. So Donald Trump claimed he was going to reduce prices while simultaneously running on policies that increase prices. And since he's implemented tariffs in April, prices have increased. Inflation's gone from 2.3% to 2.9% on an estimated increase to 3.1% and continuing to rise.
Okay, I mean, so are you suggesting that 2022? I mean, but 2022, how does that affect the, like? Isn't that like 2 years after the pandemic?
So the pandemic was still kind of going on. There's Alpha, Delta, and Omicron. So it was still continuing at that point. Like I was still doing lives, I'm pretty sure, in 2022, talking about COVID.
Okay.
Like I was talking about it in COVID. I remember in 2022. It was like getting near the end, but it was like there's still like waves and stuff. Now that it still impacted the supply chains, and the supply chains have to recover. And until the supply chains recover, we're going to see inflation.
Okay. And for example, what is your issue with deportations when Obama, for example, deported more people than Trump has in his two terms?
That's in 8 years, and Trump has had less time to do that. Now, if you want to talk about the amount of deportation specifically, I definitely do disagree with Obama deporting anyone who had not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think that anyone who's in the country undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. But I do understand that Obama's administration used a greater level of due process.
Okay, so when you say has not committed a crime, is crossing the border not a crime?
Violent crime, it's not a bad crime. It's not a violent crime or a crime that's so bad that someone should be deported. Like, think about it this way. Like, you jaywalking is a crime, right? You on TikTok right now, you're on an illegal app, an app that's currently illegal, just not being enforced by the Trump administration to be banned.
I mean, okay, so, I mean, but that's, the severity of that is very different. I mean, you can look at...
Well, what's the severity of people coming to the country undocumented if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime?
Okay, so if 8 million people, let's say 200 million people crossed into the border, right? That causes huge problems to the economy. And I understand you'll say that
no one's
the
advocating
GDP
for 200 million people. That would be an increase in our population size by over 2 times.
Okay, so
or by
but
over 50%,
still,
I mean.
Okay, but still 8 million people, if you look at like 8 million people cross into the border, you're going to have, okay, so for example, during the Biden administration, I live in New York, right? And if you look at the amount of hotels that like they were in, the amount of people that were like in the area, you had
Those
hospitals
are legal asylum
overrun.
seekers, and that's state policy.
That was legal under Biden.
It was state policy, not federal policy, and that's legal asylum seekers going through a legal process of immigration.
Did they not cross through the border illegally?
No.
Well, did they not? Well,
No, they're
they're
asylum
undocumented,
seekers.
correct?
They're
Okay,
legal
so
asylum seekers.
yeah, but okay, can you explain the process of how they became legal asylum seekers? Like, would they have been able to become legal asylum seekers under Trump before Biden's term?
I mean, does that change anything? And also, I mean, yes, like they would have been able to get into the country, and so long as that there was not remain in Mexico, else they would have waited specifically in Mexico. But I think remain in Mexico gets rid of the basis of the asylum process, because for people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, it is the case that they seriously would have to stay in the country that they're seeking asylum from in order to be able to get to our country, which defeats the entire process of asylum. And if you say that they're allowed to come into our country, well, then anyone who has an invalid claim of asylum can claim that they're coming from Mexico, and since they have an invalid claim of asylum, it doesn't matter, right? Like, that doesn't have to be verified quite yet. So you want to incentivize the process to go significantly quicker for people who are already in the country, which will disincentivize people to come to the country through the asylum process if they do not have a legitimate basis for asylum.
Okay,
and Trump
so
also, like, uniquely went after more people for asylum. Like Trump denied a significantly greater percentage of asylum claims than what existed historically.
Okay, I mean, me personally, I think that I understand. Like, if I was in, I look at people from their perspective as well. And if I was in their perspective, their shoes, I would also try to cross through the border, become an asylum seeker just to escape that hard life. But I feel like when you say 8 million people illegally, right? These aren't the legal asylum seekers, illegally cross through that border. Nobody checked up on them. You have a strain on, like, for example, public services. So, for example, schools, hospitals, they're being overflown, and housing as well is gonna, like, there are issues with that. You do see that, right?
Yeah, the best way to address that is to provide a quicker legal pathway to citizenship, and also provide a pathway to citizenship for those that are already in the country undocumented, where they do not have to leave the country, because that will actually incentivize them to go through the process of being vetted.
Okay, so should there be a limit?
Yeah. Around 1 to 3% population growth is pretty decent.
Okay, so when you say 3%, how much would that be like today? Like, just give me a number.
That's upwards of 10 million people.
So you think every year there should be 10 million people coming to America?
I think there could be up to that, yeah.
So in 10 years, that's 100 million people.
Yeah.
You do realize that would, like, greatly, I mean, I think that there are towns where there's obviously immigration needed. I'm not saying immigration is bad, but I'm just saying, like, you do need, like, I think a realistic number would be like closer to maybe 1 million every decade. I don't know.
What? 1 million every decade? So you want to decrease the level of immigration by over 10 times?
Yeah, basic.
And this is legal immigration. You want to decrease the level of legal immigration by over 10 times.
No, not legal immigration. I'm talking about, like, asylum seekers and refugees.
Asylum is a legal process. Refugees are going through the process legally.
Okay, so by legal, I meant people who hold visas and
That's a legal process, yes.
Yeah, so, I mean...
So you want to reduce how many people are allowed to come here legally by over 10 times.
I mean, illegally, I want 0 people to come here illegally. And the rest...
We're talking about legally.
Okay, so for legally... Okay, do you see a
what
refugee
benefit do you
the same
get
as...
of reducing how many people who can come here?
Okay, so for example, somebody who's on a work visa is not the same as somebody who's a refugee or asylum seeker. I don't see that as the same.
Okay, of course it's a different aspect of process for immigration, but it still is a process for immigration.
Yeah, so should we be able to take all the like, I feel like there should be a lot more. We should be bringing in more workers who are immigrants.
Yeah, immigrants coming to the country have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens.
And that's good. We have an H-1B visa, so why don't they just apply for that instead of coming here
Not everyone
illegally?
applies and qualifies for the H-1B visa. I think it should be extended.
Okay, I mean, I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, I think that I would rather have them being declined than have 8 million people walk through the border unchecked, because it causes problems. Like I said, towns will overflow. We won't have the resources for it. Nobody's checking for them. I would rather have all the illegal immigrants here in this country deported than have them flood in another 20 million, 8 million people. Undocumented. That's just, I don't see, like, what's the, I don't know.
We don't want people to come in the process undocumented, but the best way to incentivize to come to the process not go through the process undocumented is by providing a quicker legal pathway to citizenship. If you want to decrease how many people are coming to our country, that is going to incentivize more people to go through said process undocumented.
Okay. What about, for example, one thing I don't like one thing that I always argue with about the Democrats is that a lot of the stuff that happens to them currently, like especially during this administration. So, for example, Letitia James.
Wait, before we go into this, I just want to let you know, like,
yeah,
All the rhetoric that Trump supporters use surrounding immigration heavily demonize immigrants for no reason. All of these things are wrong. Every single thing you just argued was wrong about immigrants.
My
I don't think
parents
that's
are
necessarily because of you. I think that's probably because of what you've heard in your life.
well, my parents are immigrants, so and they're legal immigrants. They came here through a visa. You know, they came here through a visa. They paid thousands and thousands
You
of
just
dollars to come
advocated to
here.
reduce legal immigration by over 10 times.
No.
It would have
said,
taken your family longer to be able to get into this country if it is the case that you did that. You might not have been able to get into the country.
Okay, look, I did not say we get rid of legal immigration. I said we get rid of illegal immigration. That's number
You said
one.
1 million in 10 years.
I mean, of like, for example, asylum seekers.
What? That's a legal process for immigration. Why
That is
only
a
1
legal
million over
process,
10
but
years?
it's two different things. So you also admitted, you said that, for example, somebody who's here on a visa that's working is different than somebody who's an asylum seeker, correct?
No, I said that they're not different as people necessarily speaking. I'm saying that it's like a different process of immigration into the country. It's still both legal immigration.
Okay, so what's that process of immigration? And I'll clarify to that.
The asylum process? Like, I'm confused what you're asking me.
Like, I'm saying there's clearly a difference between somebody who's coming here as a refugee, right? And somebody who's coming here on a work visa. It's two different things. So I'm just saying, okay, we can increase the amount of people who are coming here with work visas, and we can reduce the amount that are coming here through refugees and asylum seekers. That's what I said.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, I mean, there's...
Wait, you know
like,
that asylum seekers would also work, right? And also, like, why would you want to reduce how many people who can seek asylum in the country? We're talking about people who are persecuted based upon certain protected classes. That's why we allow for the process of asylum, is that if someone is persecuted on a particular protected class, they can come to our country to seek refuge away from that.
But the thing is, people have abused the system, and it's no longer asylum seekers. These are people who are coming here for economic reasons. That's my issue.
Okay, so if you're saying that they're abusing the asylum process, what you need to do is you need to pass a bill specifically that addresses the asylum process. And you know what did? The bipartisan immigration bill, the bipartisan border bill that was under the Biden-Harris administration that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine, that would have addressed the asylum process.
So what was that? Can you tell me the bipartisan bill? What was the name of it?
I just told you.
Like, okay, so
literally just look up
it?
bipartisan border bill.
Oh, are you talking about the one where Biden decided, oh, you know, it's finally time for to work on this border? So like 3 years and a half, he decides, okay, now it's
years
time.
in. No, this isn't Biden specifically. This is people in Congress. This is people on the left and the right coming together to support and draft legislation.
What was the legislation again? So it was just
look at bipartisan border bill.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just gonna search.
For the people spamming in chat that he's 16, where did you get that information from? There's like 3 accounts that keep spamming that over and over again. I see the same accounts just keep spamming that. What evidence do you have of that? They literally don't.
Okay, I seen it. It basically.
I can't hear you unless you're in the app. Here.
So I seen it. It just says increasing the border patrolling.
No, it doesn't. You have to read into it a little more. It's way more than that. Look up bipartisan border bill under Biden, or you can look up Langford bipartisan border bill. Aaron, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Aaron in the comment section. ERIN. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Aaron in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Vivian, thank you so much for the $3. Shanae, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Melissa, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick. Alrighty. Paisley, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Paisley. Thank you. Naughty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. We have some W's for Naughty in the comment section. London, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, London. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for London as well. Serendipity, thank you for the $2. Knight, thank you for the $2. Jamaica with the $3. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. By the way, everyone, we're on my girlfriend's account right now because both my main account and my second account are fucking banned for a week. TikTok is horrible. Actually atrocious.
Okay, so I seen it. Basically, there was a Biden parole something, and they basically made it harder for asylum seekers to seek asylum by reinstating the Trump policy.
No, it was not reinstating Remain in Mexico. What are you talking about?
That's what I read on this
You
website.
read it wrong.
So can you explain what the border bill is, and I'll look it up another time.
Yeah, so it actually increased the amount of investment into like the immigration process in terms of like the amount of immigration judges that would be overseeing these particular asylum cases, right? It specifically increased funding into border patrol agents. It increased funding specifically. Oh wait, did we just get a ban for this law because it primarily directs people off the platform? Oh great, dude. I just got a random flag for apparently directing people off the platform. This only happens every once in a while. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, everyone, go over to my YouTube. Linktree in the bio. Parker, get a job on YouTube. TikTok sucks ass. Get off the shit. It's horrible. It sucks. It's the worst app in existence. I'm literally on my girlfriend's account right now because it just got banned on my main and my second account, both for a week. Get off this shitty app. It's horrible. Dog shit.
But yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, I heard it. It's okay.
Okay.
But yeah, so I don't know, but that's my issue with the border, and I don't know, we can agree to disagree on that, but my second point though was the Letitia James situation, the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
My issue with the Democrat Party is that a lot of the stuff that is happening to them currently was stuff that they were doing to people while they had power, while they had the presidency, and whatnot.
What crime did she commit?
Okay, so she committed a mortgage fraud, and the reason why I say that is because she had a secondary house that she was claiming was her residence, but it was actually an investment property. Allegedly, was an investment property, so she could get lower mortgage rates. And a grand jury read over the evidence and indicted her. So again, it's a process.
The grand jury means they haven't gone over the evidence. It's just an indictment. This is not like a conviction.
I understand, but I'm just saying, she is innocent until proven guilty, yes, but it's a due process. So to argue that, it should be thrown out because it's politically motivated or whatever the case is.
Well, that's what Trump was. Trump was saying that. Trump was saying that it should be thrown out because it was politically motivated with Russia, right? And then when we actually held him accountable and he was convicted, in those circumstances, he still said it was politically motivated.
Okay, so that's my issue right there. And I think it's on both parties. I'm not saying that one party is acting the other way. I'm saying that's how politics is, because when Trump was facing 34 felonies, including falsifying, he was convicted based on falsifying business records, paying hush money through his campaign, correct?
No, he was convicted for falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime, meaning he was committing that crime in furtherance of another crime.
Okay, and I heard, from my sources or whatever the case is, I read that they upped it, even though a lot of other politicians have been convicted of these certain charges before. This is the first time where they have actually upped it up to a felony when it should have been a misdemeanor.
Because of a predicate crime.
Because of an old law that they reinstated just for Trump, so that he could be convicted
because
felon.
Of a predicate crime.
What is a predicate crime? Can you explain?
It's where you're committing a certain crime in furtherance of another crime.
Okay. But again, I argue that a lot of that was politically motivated, and
Wait,
I can
he
understand.
was convicted though.
Yes, he was convicted, but if Letitia James gets convicted today, would you argue that it wasn't politically motivated?
I would argue that Trump was politically motivated for trying to go after her just because he was trying to do so as quote unquote political retribution. But if she was convicted, I would specifically look at the context of the jury. Obviously, like it would be like I would have to see like what it was, and I would probably accept the determination. But I don't think that she's going to be considered guilty.
Okay, so when you say political retribution and that Trump was going after her, do you know that she said the same thing with Trump and she said we're getting him?
So
She specifically said we're going to go after him.
saying that you're going after someone who did commit a crime is different than because of the fact that you specifically think out of no reason at all that they came after you. You decide to try and investigate and get the people specifically in your administration to do that. What are you saying that she said? And I'm going to look this up. I want to make sure that she said that.
She said we're getting Trump, or like not Trump, but we're getting him. And this was before any convictions or anything like that. So that's kind of, prosecutor's not going to say we're going after this person.
So literally just that she pursued Trump. That's it.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry. That's not like a crime. That's not anything bad. That's not even necessarily like political retribution. This is literally just saying that she wanted to hold him accountable.
Okay, so with Letitia James, where's the political? I mean, if she committed mortgage fraud, like whatever the case is, and the prosecutors believe that, no one is above the law, right?
Well, then it would be wrong that she committed mortgage fraud.
So what's the issue with the Democrats? Why are they upset about the fact that she's being prosecuted?
Because this is Trump going after her as political retribution. No, I'm not trolling. It literally is.
I mean,
whereas like when Donald Trump was specifically running for office, it just happening specifically when he was running for office doesn't necessarily mean it was because of the Democrats. He committed the crime. Whereas specifically when it comes to Tish James, literally Donald Trump admitted to this, where he was going to go after her after this, and that's exactly what happened.
Okay, and what about so for example, another one that I can point out to is where, for example, the Jimmy Kimmel situation. Trump called out Jimmy Kimmel for basically alluding to the fact that whatever happened to Charlie Kirk was because of one of them, and he specifically stated MAGA. Jimmy Kimmel. He specifically stated MAGA in his statement. He said basically MAGA. It's because of it's not. He basically was saying that the person who unalived Charlie Kirk was none other than one of them. When he's indirectly speaking about
he
MAGA.
was saying that MAGA was trying to act like they are not a part of them, which was true at that time because we got some evidence that indicated it could have been someone on the right, like a Groyper possibly. Now that was that was just at the point. That's him just saying that like MAGA was just trying not to say that they were a part of their own after claiming that it was trans people, right, without any evidence. So you're misrepresenting what he said.
Look, I understand that. Like, it's his.
And also, there's free speech. Kimmel could say something wrong or false, and it literally doesn't mean that, or bad even, and that doesn't mean he should be taken down, right, by the fucking federal government and the FCC saying that they're going to enforce, right, a taking away of a license for ABC if it is the case that they don't take him down.
Yeah, I understand that, but the thing is, he also has to follow the guidelines on FCC, and one of the guidelines specifically states.
Wait, what guidelines?
The FCC guidelines. So like the airway guidelines, you can't say certain things on live television. For example, one of them was you can't misrepresent, or you basically can't lie, or you can't make or
you can lie.
You you can't lie on an active crime. Like if there was a crime committed or there's an investigation, let's say a police investigation, you can't just say that this person is a suspect or whatever the case is. That is
Since
ground.
when, bro? People do that all the time.
Well, there's grounds. I mean, people, but I'm talking about live television broadcasters. You can lose your license based on lying lying about a police
Those are definitely
investigation.
not the guidelines. I would love to see those guidelines, man. What are you talking about?
Okay, search up FCC guidelines. Lying.
For sure. James, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars on YouTube Super Chat. Can we say W's for James in the comment section right now, as well as Haley? Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for James and Haley in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Thanks for letting me know, Haley. As well as Helene, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I know Matt has something to say. I want to let him say something real quick.
Oh, hey. The only thing that I know of in the guidelines is that you can't intentionally distort the news. But the problem is that's not what Jimmy Kimmel did at all, because he actually stated a fact. He said over the weekend, MAGA was trying to portray this person as anyone other than themselves, which is exactly what happened, by the way. Exactly what happened was during the weekend when, as far as we knew at the time, that this person seemed like he may be on the right, some kind of groiper or something. MAGA was trying their best to say, no, he's not one of us, he's not one of us. That's what Jimmy Kimmel was actually reacting to, because it was the day after that monologue that we actually found out that he may have some maybe some things on the left, maybe, right? And so Jimmy Kimmel was actually fully in the right. I think what actually got him in trouble was the thing he said after that, because after that he went after Trump and basically implied that Donald Trump doesn't care about Charlie Kirk because in that quote, all that Trump did was like, yeah, I'm pretty broken up about it, but let's pay attention to my huge ballroom that I'm building behind me, and he just moved on instantly. That was actually what probably pissed him off.
Okay. I mean, it does. I mean, there was no evidence though to back that this person was on the right or on the left. So I feel like when you're Jimmy Kimmel and you're on live television suggesting that it was somebody from Trump's political party, it's
He
dangerous.
didn't suggest that. All he said was MAGA is doing everything they can to make it seem like this person is not one of them, which is exactly what happened on X, on all social media, when all we knew at the person at that time was that he was from a very Republican, MAGA-loving family. MAGA was trying to say that this guy is not one of us, he can't be one of us, we would never do this. They were doing exactly what Jimmy Kimmel said that they were doing. Like he wasn't lying at all. That's what they were doing.
So wait, to you, everybody whose parents, for example, are of a political party, you'd have to follow your parents' political party? Is that like what you align that to? Like,
No, what I'm saying is, people prior to knowing about this kid said that he must be on the left. He must be. But then, as soon as we found out that this kid came from a very right-wing family in Utah, all of a sudden, people on the right were like, well, maybe, he's not who we say it is. Maybe, he's not MAGA. He can't be this, he can't be that. They started to make up all these different types of excuses when all that Jimmy Kimmel did was point that out. He simply said, what you're doing is saying that he's not one of us when we don't know that yet. That was the point.
But you see, my issue with that is there's no evidence to link him to MAGA at all. And for example, how could you? I don't know. Like it's just
now there's no evidence.
Charlie Kirk is on the right.
You have to remember. This was during the time when we still had not caught the kid, or we still were trying to look for him, and all we knew was basic information about the guy. But then what Jimmy Kimmel said came after we caught him, and even before we knew what his motivations were. And so Jimmy Kimmel was going on what the information was at the time. Now we know things, and now Jimmy Kimmel would probably not say the thing that that he actually said. All he did was say what was actually happening on X and on places where MAGA people were saying he simply cannot be one of us because of X, Y, and Z, which is what was happening.
But that's the issue right there. If I say that it was, for example, if I said it was you, and then later it was proven wrong, then clearly I intentionally lied, no?
No. You go on the basic information that you have at the time. Jimmy Kimmel didn't say anything that was wrong. He didn't lie. He could be wrong now because there was new information. But at the time, he had the same information that you and I had, which is that this person came from a very MAGA-loving family. He's a white kid, right? Like some white dude. And so all we knew at the time was that people on the right were trying to say he cannot be one of us because of X, Y, and Z. That's exactly what Jimmy Kimmel said, and there was no reason why he should have been kicked off for that. He didn't lie. He wasn't wrong at the time. He simply stated something that was happening online.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk, he's a right-wing politician. Could you explain to me the logic as to why, or not politician, my bad, a podcaster, but why would he, why would another right-wing assassinate?
Have you met the Groypers?
Yeah, the Groypers like definitely did not like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
when he was alive, like they had this whole Groyper war against Charlie Kirk.
I don't know any about any of that.
They were trying to purity test him from the right, saying that he wasn't right-wing enough. How crazy that is.
So why would they go after a right-wing person when there's left-wing people?
Because they want them to be further right. They feel like they're more likely to be taken to the right.
I don't feel that like you've known a lot of like fascists and people on the right very often. They often will go after people who are not pure enough. Like, talk to anybody who's a Groyper or like a fascist. They will tell you right off that if you're not exactly aligned with them, they are not your fans and they will go after you.
Okay, so can you explain, well, for example, the bullet casings were found before the Jimmy Kimmel segment went on live.
Yeah, they don't
necessarily No, that's not true, actually. No, they were actually reported on the night of Monday and into Tuesday. Jimmy Kimmel recorded his thing the afternoon of Monday. So actually, he didn't know it.
Okay, I mean...
That's a really good point.
Okay, I mean, at the end of the day, so you believe that it's Jimmy Kimmel... I mean, the FCC didn't enforce anything. The ABC took Jimmy Kimmel off the airways before the FCC decided to do any actions or anything like that. So that's on ABC, correct? And they have the right to pull him out.
ABC, no. The actual time frame was very, very makes sense that they did it at the behest of the FCC because when Brendan Carr said what he said on that one show, and then almost like 2 or 3 hours later, the two biggest national syndicators came out and said that they will stop airing Jimmy Kimmel, mainly because they are in the process of merging and have an interest in being approved by the FCC. They said they would not cover him, and then it was less than 6 to 8 hours later that all of ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel. There is a clear line between what Brendan Carr said and the time that Jimmy Kimmel was pulled. Because had Brendan Carr not said what he said, this probably would not have been like a big issue.
Well, I mean, that's hypothetical, right? Like, if Brendan Carr didn't say anything, and I didn't hear anything about Brendan Carr, but if he didn't say anything, whatever the case is, there would have still been. I personally would believe that they would still have taken him off the airway and then be pressured to take him back on. So.
Wait, how do you not know about Brendan Carr? This whole thing started because of Brendan Carr.
Okay. I mean, again, all of this, my main point about this is that, okay, so for example, YouTube just recently came out that the Biden administration was pressuring them to take down right-wing YouTubers that did not violate any community guidelines. They were just pressured to do it because the Biden administration told them to.
Did they force them in any way? Did they say there was going to be anything specifically that was going to be legally enforced against them, or any type of enforcement mechanism?
I don't know. YouTube just gave out that statement. So,
what did they say specifically?
They said that the Biden administration pressured them into censoring right-wing YouTubers.
You were giving COVID misinformation.
Yeah, that's COVID misinformation.
I mean, is you had other ones like, for example, Donald Trump was on a Nelk
And also,
podcast.
that's not enforcing it using the law. That's just saying that like, oh, you should do this. That's different than saying that like, oh, we're going to come after you and take away your licensing.
So what about? So where is the issue with Trump then? Where is the issue with Trump? Because Trump, when he pressured for them to take off certain broadcasters off the airway, everybody says, "Oh, look at him being a dictator." But when Biden's administration was doing the same thing, but just behind closed doors, all of a sudden it doesn't matter, right?
Wait, what do you mean?
Biden
There is
never
no enforcement.
pressured a.
I said
Well,
his
that-
administration.
And Biden never pressured a major media company to change what they're doing. Biden never filed lawsuits against major media companies claiming that they were saying bad things and mean things about him. Biden never said, I will personally use the full force of my administration to go after you legally and ethically if you don't say what I want you to say. That's the difference, is that we can maybe disagree that maybe Biden shouldn't have done certain things, but it is a pale comparison to what Donald Trump is doing now. He is using the full force of the government to try to silence people who are speaking out and saying things that he does not like. And that is included in all of the major legacy media.
Okay, so for example, is YouTube not a huge media company? Yes or no?
What Biden did with YouTube was to say you are having people who are propagating misinformation, and that is
So
exactly
we get
what they
to
were saying.
choose
You
what's
may want to take this
misinformation?
down. That is different, by the way, than what Donald Trump is doing. But even if even if you have such a bad problem with that, why is Donald Trump telling Facebook to take down groups that are trying to say be on the lookout for ICE in like this location or that location? Because Donald Trump just this week said Facebook has to take this down. Right? So he's doing the exact same thing that you are critiquing Biden for.
That's literally what I just said. I think that both politicians have flaws like that, but they pick and choose. You guys, like I said, both parties pick and choose here. Both parties.
No.
And I think it's...
What's different is I can give you 1 or 2 examples of Biden maybe doing something bad. I can give you 10 examples of Donald Trump in the last 8 months doing something bad against numerous media companies. They are not the same.
I mean, one is doing it closed doors, one is doing it out loud.
No,
There
one
was
is doing
Tucker
it with an
Carlson-
enforcement mechanism, and the other one is not.
Okay, so for example, Tucker Carlson, he was fired from Fox News over claims that he was spreading election fraud and da-da-da.
Yeah, I mean,
You
which
have-
it was.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, you say the wrong thing on television, you're going to get fired because of lawsuits that are incoming, so...
No, that's not true. He was fired because they were being sued by a major voting company, and they said we cannot have this guy spreading lies because when we go before a court, we're going to have to answer for the lies that he has been told.
I mean, I guess, but I'm just saying there's flaws on both sides. One is just taking it more louder and more to the extreme. The other one is doing it less, but that doesn't mean, I don't know.
Look, dude, I don't know how else to say it, but as I said, right, I can give you 1 or 2 examples of Joe Biden doing something wrong when it comes to the media. I can give you 10 examples of Donald Trump using the full force of the government, including his lackeys, to not only sue media companies, but to pressure them into the speech that they will say. They are not the same. Like, I'm sorry, you can say that, like, I don't like what Joe Biden did, but then you have to admit that Donald Trump is taking it, like, to the fucking moon and back because he's doing the same thing plus 1,000.
Okay. Hey, okay, you got me there. Okay, what about, I mean, you got me there, but I don't know. I think, damn, this definitely made me look at it more, like more moderate. I guess I was more right, now I'm more moderate. But you know, other issues that I also have with the Democrat Party, I feel like they're more, how do I explain it? Like they don't call out their extremism. That's my issue with the Democrat Party as well.
Okay, can I offer? Go ahead, Booker. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I just want to mention that even if I accept that as true, the right doesn't do it either. Let's take the most recent example of the various text messages that were sent out by those fucking moron guys in the GOP saying the vile racist shit that they said, right? Go on X. Look at all of the major players on the GOP and on the conservative side who are defending what they said and saying that they should not be policed the way they do it. We call out our side when, in fact, we get almost like made fun of. The fact that we call out people so much, right? We call out people so much that people say, why are you doing this too much? On the right, they don't call it. They like circle the wagons and they say, it wasn't that bad. J.D. Vance himself defended the fact that these are kids saying like just messed up things. People saying I love Hitler. It's like fucking shit like that, right? I mean, you have the vice president of the United States defending 30 and 40-year-olds saying some of the most vile shit, and you're saying that we are the ones who are like don't call out like our people enough. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, it's just not the same.
Okay, just
like we
just
were
some points.
constantly asked over and over again to denounce the violence, denounce the violence, denounce the violence, denounce the violence. But then Republicans won't do the very same thing when you ask them to do so.
Okay, so just to address a few points of the first one, you brought up the young Republicans that
And I only have
had
like
the
3
group-
minutes.
Okay, so with the young Republicans, right? They had the group chat, whatever the case is. First of all, they're not politicians.
They were one was a state senator.
The state senator was not involved in the
Yes, he
text.
was.
You don't send the
Yes, he
text.
was. He's being asked to resign.
It was somebody else, like in this, like it was somebody in a circle, but not him specifically that said anything.
Then
But
why
look-
is he being asked to resign then?
But look, my since I don't have much time here, I'm gonna quickly say, for example, Jay Jones, he said that he wished to see the guy that he's running against, that he has to be assassinated.
Matt,
his
I have
children.
a question. What state was it? Was it Maine? That they were.
Yeah, I think it was Maine. Yeah, Maine.
That's fucking nuts.
Maine or Vermont, yeah, it's one of those like northeastern states. But even but like the whole like Jay Jones thing, right? Multiple Democrats have come out and said that he should not say what he said, and in fact, if he dropped out, I'm perfectly okay with saying that like the guy should like fucking drop out, right? But the thing is though,
He's still
is that
being
us
endorsed,
saying
though.
that what
He's still being endorsed. He got endorsed by the state senator. You have plenty of people endorsing him. You have the Democratic, I don't know what they're called, but whatever. There's plenty
Probably
of people that are
because of this.
endorsing him.
Probably because Democrats see that nothing that we say will ever please the right wing, and so we just fucking don't say it anymore because we know that we're going to do it for ourselves and not for other people. When the vice president won't actually condemn racism and vile, like fucking anti-Semitic bullshit, right? When that wasn't happening, why should we then have to say sorry for our guys? When the vice president will actually speak up and say, you know what, these guys should step down, they should be fired, whatever. And I think then I will come on this app and I'll say Jay Jones should not be running for the attorney general.
Okay, so what about Mike Johnson? I mean, he literally just spoke in front of some people where he specifically denounced all these young Republicans that were in the group chat talking. He said that this rhetoric should not be represented.
Is Mike Johnson
Republican state senator in Vermont?
Yeah. Vermont, yeah.
But like I said, I mean, both. Listen, one of the state senators endorsed Jay Jones, who's a Democrat, despite what Jay Jones said about children being assassinated. So, I mean, I think both parties, like I said, there's extremism on both parties. Both parties should call it out. That's all I can say.
We do constantly, and
Okay.
Trump never does.
Mike
Calls them
Johnson.
Trump calls them patriots after they assault police officers on January 6th, and he pardons them too. He pardons the extremism. He calls them patriots, and we're constantly told to condemn.
Okay, I mean, fair. I mean, I hope politics don't divide us too much. That's all I can say.
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, bye.
Thanks for having me up, Parker.
Thank you. Good seeing you. Good seeing you.
Bye, you take care of
Alrighty,
yourself.
everyone. I'm gonna get off right now. Tilo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brian, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Atlas, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Blair with the $5 as well. Thank you. All right, I think I'm fully caught up. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. I will be on later in the day tomorrow, everyone. Probably around this time tomorrow, a little bit earlier, actually. So I would recommend to come through tomorrow. Check out some of my YouTube videos. I would really appreciate that as well. Subscribe to me. Follow me if you haven't already. This is going to be where I am tomorrow on TikTok because I'm literally banned on my main and my second account. We got to love that, you know? Got to love that. So I recommend to go over to my YouTube. All right, I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Is Santana live yet? He's not. He's not. Yes. He is. Everyone go to Santana's live. Spam Parker raid. Spam love for Parker, everyone. I will see everyone later. Go to his second account, Santana. It's like Santana Politics 24, I think. All right, I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone.